it is usually women. Women are the ones who usually want to live their best life alone because somewhere in their mind, they believe they can do better while taking care of a pitney by themselves. I don't know where they get this logic. Fefails believe that they can do better by themselves. Now, if happening, men are not the ones leaving these men. So I don't comprehend how are they still blaming men. You had every right and every choice to do what you wanted to do, and you still failed. You still failed. This is not the 1950s anymore, remember? Remember, feminism happened. Remember, you can own banks now. You can buy your own house. You can sleep with as many men as you want. Did you Fefails forget that? Since you love the girl power and we are empowered and we're liberated, why don't you act like it and take responsibility for being a community box? Own up to being a community box. Fefails Club. Oh, let me not say that. Pew Pew the Club. Until the man busts inside you and doesn't want to be a father. It's my body, my choice. Until the man now wants to exercise his choice and not want to be a father. It's interesting how that works. It's interesting how you Fefails love talking about your rights until you're carrying that pitney by yourself. Until you are 9 months pregnant by yourself. This is why their pitneys come out to be completely destroyed. Their young boys come out to be violent, criminals, smug dealers. Their daughters come out to be just like them. More likely to have a pitney when they're teenagers. More likely to be homeless. More likely having daddy issues and being a community box. So when I say single moms are the least desired, is it not right in front of us? Desired? Because who on earth wants to be a single mom? It's not a compliment. You failed. You failed. Woman, if you get pregnant by the man, you should give him the child and you run. Well, guess what? They don't want to do that because they want the paycheck from the man. That's why. Okay? You're forgetting these Fefails are greedy human beings, very egotistical and selfish. They don't want what's good for the child. They want their money. I don't think it's a bad idea. Single dads do much more of a better job taking care of the pitney than any single mom does. Most of the time, single dads actually raise healthier children than single moms. So the best thing they can do is give that child to the father, but they don't want to and never will because they want their paycheck. They want to use the child against the man. They like to be controlling and manipulating. So you're never going to get a baby mom giving up her child to the father, rightfully so, to actually help aid that child. No, these single moms don't think like that, okay? Pitney to control men. They love to use their pitney to get what they want from a man. And when they don't, they spiral out of control like a pack of hyenas. Okay? They spiral out of control and start foaming in their mouth like it's all man, it's all man, it's all man. When it's only on Yash that did this. We'll never do that. That is giving up too much power. They love to say they're the ones that stayed. No, you're the one that failed. Fefails' best saying, these baby mums' favorite saying is, how are you blaming the mother that stayed? No, we're blaming the mother that destroyed that child's life. Okay, that's who we're blaming. We're blaming the mother who destroyed that Pitney's life. Because in reality, that Pitney should be doing far more better. Should be exceeding much more better with a man, with their father in their life. Not any man, because I know these Fefails will be like, well, that's why I want to get a stepdaddy. No. Not any man. Because you know what happens when any man comes around you, you pop out a baby. That's what happens when any man comes around you, you pop out a baby. So we're not talking about any man, we're talking about the child's father. And these Fefails won't even want to swallow their pride, even though they're really good at swallowing, to submit to that baby dad and allow him to be the father to that child. No, they won't do that. They rather just stay in their dysfunctionality and raise the Pitney by themselves. They will always be the least desired. There's no place in the world. There's no place on earth where single moms are the most desired. Anywhere. That's never going to happen. They need to wrap this up. Queen said, wow, why are you shocked? She's a single mom for a reason, because she's the least desired. Okay? She is a single mom because no man on earth wants her. Okay? Majority, the number one reason why single moms become single moms is because they had a child outside of wedlock. So where was the man marrying her if she clearly is so desired, huh? They're always behind the scenes. Who's always behind the scenes? Wildflower. The last time I checked who's behind the scenes is the man that was clapping these single moms' cheeks. The last time we checked, the only one that's behind their backside is a man busting inside them. That's why they can't help but pop out babies outside of wedlock. They love a man behind them with no ring on their finger. They love a man behind them with no ring on their finger. There's a problem there. This is why men get post-nut clarity. It becomes clear. See, he will chase the nut. He will do anything to get your nut. And that's why these Fefails will say, well, men are manipulated. No, he's not. He's just doing whatever he can to get the nut, and you were slow enough to believe it. And after that, he comes to his senses, figuratively and literally, that you are a community box. That's all that happens. That's why she never becomes the wife. Because realistically speaking, who's going to want a wife? A Fefail who allowed a man to have that much access to her body. You really have to ask yourself this. I know you Fefails are in denial, but really ask yourself, if these single mums allow that man to easily have access to her, then really ask yourself, what would make the man want to marry her? What would make the man want to commit to her? He wasn't there to commit to her in the first place. He was just there to clap cheeks. So how are you going to overturn that reality? How are you going to overturn that reality? Do you Fefails think because you pop out a baby somehow is going to magically change that man? Your nyash couldn't do it. You already gave the man the biggest part of yourself, and it's not the nyash, that's the womb. This is why they are the least desired. Because common sense is clearly not common anymore. Sense left them a long time ago. Let's be honest. Sense left them a long time ago. It was easy for them to open their legs, but now it's a struggle to be a wife. Now it's a struggle to get that man to want to marry you. Now it's a struggle for you to co-parent with the father. It's a struggle now to be in a relationship. And it's funny how they will be the same ones to go out and date. A lot of these single moms are on TikTok looking for their next man, going on dating shows, looking for their next man. How do you have time to date when you're a whole baby mama? You would think, right, after their first mistake, they will keep their legs closed. But this is it. They can't help but keep their legs open because they are community boxes. You was never going to change who she is and what she does. Okay? You tell a single mom don't date until the child's 18, she will fight you because she wants her cheeks clapped. And that will be the same Fefail to blame a man. She will be the same Fefail to blame a man for not being there, but she will go find another man to be there to bust inside her again. They're quick to blame a man just to go under another man. So when I hear a lot of these single moms and these Fefails talk about, oh, well, why don't we blame the men? That's why. How can I blame the man when it's your body? How can I blame a man when you was easily accessible? When you was already a community box? If it wasn't going to be that man, it was going to be another man. There was going to be another man that she was going to open her legs to and become a baby mama. Okay? These Fefails weren't going to change into being good, virtuous, modest women. They weren't going to wake up one day and say, you know what? I'm going to actually live up to some real standards and keep my legs closed. They were never going to do that. Thank you, comrade. They were never going to do that. Why don't they just accept that you are a community box? Why don't these single moms just accept that you was made for the streets? And whatever you think is out there for you is no longer there. The only thing these single moms, these baby mamas should be doing is making sure their children don't come out to be failures like they did. That should be their number one priority. Because I'll be quite frank, it's too late for you. It's too late. A marriage is over. Living your best life is over. You being desired, being seen as any type of woman in her womanhood doesn't exist anymore. So I don't understand why these single moms try to make a new life. I'm on my healing journey, celibacy journey. I'm fighting myself. No. You need to find those pitneys. Find those pitneys' fathers. That's what you need to do. Why don't you find your child's father? Quick to want to find your nyash. Did you find it when you opened your legs? Didn't she find it when she opened her legs? Why are you not finding the child's father? And making sure that is happening. There's a reason why, the number one reason that single moms are even single moms is because they've never been married. But they never will get married. Majority will get married. There's not even enough simps out there who would willingly want to marry a single mom. Okay? They rather marry maybe someone a bit older and hotter than a single mom and their pitney, okay? There's not enough simps out there that wants to take care of another Fefail's child. There's just not enough simps out there. There's a lot of simps out there, but not enough to take care of another man's mistake. Because these Fefails, they think so little of their children and their pitneys. They think any man is just going to step up the plate. They think so little of their own child. They think, well, it should be easy to get another man to be a father. And the only ones that will, the very few that will, it's either a baby dad himself, and that should tell you everything you need to know, or a man that is clearly desperate and looking to use a single mom because he knows she can't go anywhere else. Okay? If that man is childless, has no children, he's just using you because he knows damn well that you have nowhere else to go. And he can't be able to get another community box that is childless. The best he can do is a community box with a pitney. It's not out of love, it's out of desperation. It's two desperate people concluding that is what they're going to do. Because one needs a man and the other one needs access permanently to a community box that would have never noticed him when she was childless, just like the rest of these Fefails wouldn't notice him either. These Fefails not only are the least desired when it comes to the dating pool, but the way they function and their children function is completely disastrous. I don't know why anyone even celebrates single moms for Mother's Day. I think that's quite insulting to real mothers. I think it's very insulting to celebrate a single mom on Mother's Day. I mean, who thought that was a good idea? It's like celebrating a single mom. It's like a single mom having a baby shower. Who told you that was a good idea? Who told you that was a good idea? No one should be celebrating these baby mamas. No one should be celebrating these single moms. Because the reality is they failed in every aspect of their life. The only people that should be celebrated are wives. Our wives. See, a lot of these single moms, they want to be celebrated. They want to be seen. But how could the only person that should be seeing you is your baby dad? And if you look at the results of your household, it's completely broken. Why should anyone celebrate the broken household that you made? Let me tell you this, every single mom out there chose to be a single mom. Okay? Every single mom out there chose to be a single mom. She chose it. She chose to be a single mom. She chose to lay down on that bed with no ring on her finger. And she chose not to vet that man well enough for it to even at least conclude to a marriage. Thank you, Derek. So this is what a lot of these Fefails don't want to admit. It was a choice. It was a choice to lay down with that man and create that pitney with no commitment whatsoever. It was a choice to destroy that pitney's life. It was a choice to create a broken household. They will sacrifice everything just for a good time. They will sacrifice everything just to get their cheese claps. That's all that it was. They made the choice. They knew the risk. They knew the risk. Everybody knows what happens when you lay down with a man. The likelihood of you having a child. What else do you expect? A party? What, strawberries to grow the next day? A lemon tree? It's a choice. It is a simple choice that these single moms make. And they don't care because in that moment, she just wanted to get her cheeks clapped. That's all she cared about. Now that she's pregnant, she wants to act like she cares about the pitney. I don't get these Fefails. You're very delusional. You like to act delusional. A lot of them like to act stupid as well. Like, they don't know what happened. Like, they don't know what they did. It just happened. It was a mistake. It was never a mistake. It wasn't a mistake opening your legs. That was a conscious choice. Opening your legs was not a mistake. I don't know why these Fefails love to call it a mistake. Call it a stupid choice. Call it a poor choice. Call it bad decision. Not a mistake. A mistake is something that happened accidentally. Opening your legs didn't happen by accident. A lot of these Fefails love to call it a mistake because they don't want to be burdened with accountability. The father can just go and get custody. A lot of time, these Fefails don't want to give custody to the father, Juju. That's the point. Single dads take care of their pitneys much more better than single mums anyways. So really what you should be asking is, why aren't these single moms giving their pitneys to the child's father? You can't just go and get custody, Juju. You do know that, right? I don't know if you Fefails understand, but law exists. You can't just go and say, I want custody over my child. That doesn't happen. Majority of these single moms are not going to give up their child at birth to their baby dad. They're not doing that. You Fefails think it's just easy just to walk in court and say, I want my child. That's a whole process that may never even happen. You Fefails have to willingly give up your child. Willingly give the man consent. Say, I want the child to be with the father. That's what you Fefails have to do. And it's interesting how they say, why doesn't the father do A, B, and C? Why doesn't a single mom do it? Because we all know the likelihood of him getting full custody is very slim. It is very slim. So why don't you Fefails give the child to the father? You don't want to. You want to get paid. You want to control the man. That's what a lot of you Fefails love to do. You can't help it. That is as close as you were ever getting to control that man's life, is through his child. Giving up that child is relinquishing it completely. So be honest with yourself, Juju. These single moms don't want to do that. All they want to do is create broken homes and be community boxes and go back out in the streets looking for a stepdad that doesn't even exist. All they want to do is blame men for their failures, for failing to be wives, for failing to accomplish marriage, for failing to accomplish a healthy family. It's easier to blame the man than to blame yourself. It's not about what the mom wants, it's the judge. Juju, you can't, this is why you Fefails don't understand. It is not easy for a man to convince the judge to have full custody over the child. You need to tell these single mothers to give up their children. Do you understand? Most of the time, only 20% of the time, when fathers ask for full custody, they actually get it. Around 20% of the time, they actually get full custody. So overall, men only have a 20% chance to actually get full custody. So Juju, who you really need to speak to is these baby mamas. You need to tell these Fefails, give up your pitneys and give it to the child's father. That's what you need to do. But you ain't gonna do that. It's illogical what you're asking for. Why don't you tell these baby mamas to give the man full custody instead of forcing a man to take her to court? It's backwards. What you're asking for is backwards. That's how I know you Fefails love drama. You love drama. Why do you want the mother out of the child's life? Why full custody? Because clearly if she can't do it, then someone else has to. And let's be honest, single moms raise their children far more worse. So what's the issue? So now you don't want the father to have full custody. Now it's an issue. But you want the father to go and get custody. You're backwards. That's why I say these Fefails, they enable these single moms' bad behavior. They enable it. They love to use their children to control the father. That's what they love to do. They will never give full custody to the father. They will never do that. That's too much power. A lot of you Fefails wanted to spread your legs open to that man so he can marry you, and he never did. He never wanted to marry you. A lot of you Fefails, you open your legs to these men thinking he's going to marry you. He never will marry you because he never wanted to marry you. And a lot of them are bitter and angry about it. That's why you choose to be single. That's why you leave these relationships, because you realize you're just going to be in the streets for the rest of your life. You realize that you was never worthy of a ring. You was never worthy of being a wife. Thank you, Iski Bizzle. Welcome. So then they get bitter and angry, and now they want to blame the man. Blame the man for never seeing you as a wife. I mean, you wasn't acting like a wife when you got your cheeks clapped. When they were getting their cheeks clapped with no ring on their finger, was you acting like a wife? It's interesting. You want the man to marry you, but you don't act like a wife. You want the man to treat you like a woman, but you don't act like one. Make it make sense. You would think you would actually be feminine, submissive, and keep your legs closed? That's how you can maybe actually get married? No, these Fefails think, well, I'm going to give this man my nyash first. Pop out a baby second, and hopefully he will marry me. A lot of these baby dads are thinking, well, if it was easy for me, how easy is it going to be for the next man? And let's be honest, there's always going to be a next man. There's always going to be another man that's going to clap her cheeks just as easy as the baby dad. This is why men don't want to marry these single moms. Because it was way too damn easy for that man to put a pitney inside you. It was way too easy for that man to do that. In what world would a man want to marry you? So he can wake up one day and you have a pitney with another man and he won't know. That's why paternity fraud is a real thing. It's a real thing. These Fefails are easily accessible. These baby mamas are easily accessible. It's not a coincidence that a lot of times these men don't even know if the child is theirs or not. It's not a coincidence. If she gave it up to her baby dad that easily, there's going to be another man that's going to clap her cheeks just as easy as the baby dad. There's going to be another man that's going to put a baby inside her just as easy as the last man did. They really think their standards change because you popped out a baby. They really think they become these great mothers because they popped out a baby. No, nothing about them changes. A lot of Fefails love to say people change. No, people don't change. People don't change. People only reveal who they are. And just like these single moms, they're not going to change. They are going to be the same community boxes that allow that baby dad to clap her cheeks even after you are dating her, even after you are linking her. That's never going to change. And a lot of men know this. That's why they clap their cheeks and move on to the next. That's why these single mamas don't get married, because they know this. But a lot of times they think that they could be another desperate man out there. They think there's enough desperate men out there that will want to take care of another man's mistake. A lot of your pitneys weren't even conceived through love, were conceived through lust. That's why your daughters come out to be 304s. Let's be real about it. Why do you think their daughters come out to be just as promiscuous as their mother? Why do you think their daughters are more likely to have teenage pregnancies? Their whole entire relationship with their father, the mother and the father, was conceived. It wasn't out of love. It wasn't out of standards. It wasn't because they cared about each other. They were just there to have a good time. What do you think it does to the pitney's mind? What do you think it does to the daughters and the son's mind to look at both parents and think to yourself, you don't even love each other to even have me? They were literal mistakes. Nothing was planned about it. Nothing was celebrated about it. It was a mistake. This is why a lot of their pitneys this is why their sons are criminals, emotional. Where do you think all that emotion is coming from? Why do you think they're so unstable, angry? You think it just happens because there's no father? Yeah, because there's no father. But the reality is their whole existence came to this reality from the most degenerate way possible. Their whole life came to existence because their mother and father chose to be degenerate. I mean, that's depressing enough. You wonder why the boys are angry, why the girls go out sleeping around looking for their father's love somewhere out there, because there was no love to begin with. Your mother was a community box. She found love through her nyash. Not her heart, definitely not her mind, but through her nyash. She went looking for love through her nyash. And you wonder why the daughter looks for love through her nyash as well. What do you think daddy issues is? She's doing the same thing that her mother did. What do you think daddy and mommy issue is? You have a lot of these single moms saying, well, I wasn't raised by a father. I didn't know what love is. So I went around sleeping with men looking for love. What do you think she was looking for through her nyash? They tell you themselves. It's not a coincidence. This is why 71% of teenage pregnancies come from single mom households. That is not a coincidence when you have 71% of teenage pregnancies coming out of single mom households. Because you know damn well she's never going to be able to. She could try, but what's the likelihood of her teaching her daughter how to be a wife? All she could do is teach her daughter not to do what she did. That's all she could do. Teach her daughter to not be a mistake like her mom. That's as far as you can go. But trying to teach your daughter to be a wife, that's not happening. A lot of these Fefails are delusional. They are so delusional into thinking that they can raise these healthy, successful children. whilst being degenerate yourself, whilst taking no accountability. The best thing they could do is tell their pitney, don't do what I did. Don't be degenerate like I was. Don't sleep around like I did. But they're not telling their pitneys that. They're telling them it's your father's fault. Your father's the one that left. Your father doesn't want to be here. And you wonder why they continuously just come out to be failures. You wonder why nothing changed. You wonder why their pitneys come out to be the villains of society. They're not angry at everyone. They're angry at their reckless single mom. That's really what it is. But they lie. See, what a lot of these Fefails do is lie and blame men all day. They blame the father all day long. But really deep down, it's mommy issues. Is watching your mother leave you a babysitter to go and get her cheeks clapped, to go and have a girls' night, to go and get a drink, to go and grind on another man, to go and live her best life instead of being a mother. Put you in childcare with more strangers because now she has to be strong and independent. And then a little time that she has with her pitneys, she's exhausted. It's no coincidence that they come out to be destroyed. They will forever be the least desired. That will never change. That will never change. Because there's nothing desirable about a single mom. Not her reality, not even her children, not her mentality. Women don't even want to be single moms. Men don't even want to be with a single mom. It's not a desired reality. It's not a desired outcome. This is why they stay being the least desired. Because in every aspect, nobody wants to be you and nobody wants you. Even their own parents are ashamed that their daughters came out to be a single mom. There's no mother and father out there proud that their daughter got their cheeks clapped and got no ring on their finger. There's no parent out there that celebrates that. Well, I'm so happy my daughter came out to be a single mom. What father is proud of that? What father is proud of that? This is why a lot of times they would rather have a son a lot of times. Because a lot of these Fefails are reckless and ready to have any man accessible that they want. They are quick and easy when it comes to the man that they want. You know damn well if you're doing too much, she don't want you, because these single moms, they will let you clap their cheeks. That doesn't end. That doesn't end. It doesn't stop. If it stopped, she would have went back to her baby dad. If she really was tired of the streets, she would go back to her baby dad. But she's not tired of the streets. She loves the streets full time. She's not tired of the streets, so she's not going back to her baby dad. If anything, these single moms are married to the streets. They'd rather be married to the streets than their baby dad at this point. Because the only ones that really are tired are the ones that stay in a relationship with that child's father and actually work together to raise that pitney. A lot of these single moms are not tired of it. They love it. They love the struggle. They love the sympathy. They love the mum guilt. They love the, all single moms are the best. Go single moms. You're the one that stayed. You're the superhero. No, she's the villain. She is the villain of society. She is the enemy of progress. You want to take a look at enemy of progress? Go take a look at a single mom. Anything progressive in society comes from, anything that resists progressiveness in society comes from a single mom. You're not gonna get anything healthy, anything that is conducive from a single mom. You're not even gonna get logic, okay? Her logic was to find love from her nyash. I mean, what do you expect? What do you expect from that? Thank you, Best Tree, being sent $5. The men that will marry them with other men kids are usually the men they don't want. Non-select men that they're disgusted by but need help from. Facts on facts. It's the men saying they are married to the street. Why flipping the script? Juju, what do you mean flipping the script? It's the men saying they are married to the streets. What do you mean they're flipping the script? No one's flipping the script. They are married to the streets. These single moms ain't getting married. They are married to the streets. They love the streets. I know you're in denial, Juju. But really take a look at these single moms. What does it look like they're doing? Does it look like they got a husband? Does it look like they have a 2-parent household? Does it look like they have a nice, stable family? The things you are saying are things men preach, not women. It's not preach, it's the truth. You think I'm preaching? Then you are clearly a complete nutcase if you think I'm preaching. These are things that not men preach. This is reality. Juju, what do you think happens when you become a single mom, huh? What, you run away to the sunset? Is that what you think happens? Is that what you believe? That when the female pops out a baby, she runs off to the sunset and lives her best life? Yes, girl. Is that what you think? You think Prince Charming comes with a white horse and says, "My love, you're my prince"? What do you think happens? I'm trying to understand. You females are delusional. Do you think she changes and becomes virtuous wife? Nothing changes. That's what you females believe. That's why they love opening their legs to the wrong man, because they actually believe people change. They believe one day is magically going to be what they want. So they're going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until you can't push no more. And you're an old lady with cats, or you're Ebony K. Williams, or you're freezing your eggs, or you're outright just saying, "I chose to be single," when you lived all your entire life getting your cheeks clapped, trying not to be single. Thank you, Timothy. Sent $2. Just got here. Hope everyone is having a good day. Thank you. You too. This is it. A lot of these females, they're delusional. It's interesting how she will say it's not what women preach. A lot of women, maybe not many. I give you that. Yeah, I know. There's way too many females out there who loves getting their cheek clap. So you're right about that. There's not many women out there that are calling out degeneracy, but they are out there. I mean, if men are saying these things, what does that tell you about these females? If men are saying keep your legs closed, how is a home man telling you females to keep your legs closed? Don't you see there's a problem? Don't you think it's a problem when a man now is trying to direct you to a better standard? You really have to ask yourself that. You really actually exposed the nature of these females when you said this is what men preach and not women. Doesn't that tell you that men actually have better standards than you females? Because I would expect more women telling women to keep their legs closed. I would expect that. I would expect women telling you females, hey, have better standards. But there's not enough of you better standards because you're all the same. It must be shocking, right? It must be shocking for someone to say, keep your legs closed so you don't have a pitney outside of wedlock. You would think with all the freedom that you Fefails have, you would have something better to do than get your cheeks clapped. It's coming like it's something impossible for you Fefails to do. It's like you don't have anything better to do but to find a man to clap your cheeks. Is it really that hard? Is it that hard to actually do something else than other than let a man blow out your back door? Is it that hard? What it's starting to look like you Fefails fought your rights just to open your legs in peace. It seems like the only goal you Fefails had is to open your legs in peace. Not to do better, not to be better, not to actually evolve in life. No, you evolved your nyash. That's what you evolved. You realize your nyash can be able to get pumped and dumped by hundreds and thousands of men. You realize your nyash can get pumped and dumped through Instagram, through Snapchat, through TikTok. You realize you can sell your nyash on OnlyFans. Touch grass, I am touching grass. Seems like you don't want to, Juju. You really believes these single moms are desired in society. You're the one that needs to touch grass. You need to tell these single moms to touch grass. Because why are they still letting men clap their cheeks? Why are they still dating? Why are they still dating? Do you know who needs to touch grass is the single moms who are dating looking for a man. That's a new level of touch grass, because in what world do you think you're going to find a husband? Like, who convinced you to go out and find a husband? Who even told these Fefails it was a good idea to do that? A lot of them are delusional. A lot of these Fefails are delusional. They love to sell each other's dream. Because the reality is they all want to believe they can get what they want no matter what. That's why they love to lie about these single moms. They love to sell each other dreams, because the reality is a lot of these Fefails, they're community boxes too. They just didn't pop out a baby. Juju has to lie about single moms. Because what is the fate for you Fefails? Majority of you are in society pushing out babies with no father. A lot of you were raised by single moms. A lot of you were raised by side chicks who couldn't get married. A lot of these single moms pushed out babies from a married man. A lot of their children are on TikTok right now. A lot of these single moms pitneys come on my panel angry because I insulted their mother, like I know who their mother is. But I know plenty of men know your mother. I know plenty of men know your mother. I don't know her, but you need to ask the men who clapped her cheeks. Because I don't know why they get angry at me. I know these Fefails get real upset because they were raised by a community box. They were raised by a community box, and they're angry at the fact that men have plastered her backside, imprinted his nutsack. His DNA is forever in your mother, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I get why a lot of these Fefails are angry. You was raised by a community box. You watched her day in and day out find love through her nyash and never found it. They watched their single mom look for love through her nyash. And they could never be able to find it. A lot of their friends are single moms. Your whole friend group is failures. Of course they're going to try and defend these Fefails. They're surrounded by them. It's their sisterhood. It's their friends. It's their cousins. It's their mothers. It's their aunties. Everyone around them is most likely degenerate. So they lied to these Fefails that everything is going to be okay. Even though they crashed a long time ago. They crashed when they found out they were having a baby and had no ring on their finger. They failed when they found out they were having a baby and no ring on their finger. There's no point trying to sell false hope. It's useless. Thank you, Timothy. Sent $2 US. Shh, don't tell. You're going to ruin the fun. Thank you. Fefails love to lie to each other because that is as good as it's going to get. They love to lie to each other because it's never going to get higher than Anyash, okay? It's easier to lie to each other than to tell her straight up she's forever going to fail. Oh, so you're trolling. In what world do I sound like I'm trolling, Juju? Huh? Are you on Juju? In what world do I sound like I'm trolling? What did I say that makes you think I'm trolling? I'm saying single moms are failures. How is that me trolling? Thank you, Project. It sounds like you're just in denial about it. I don't know where you got I'm trolling. Their children are failures. Where is that I'm trolling? It sounds like you just don't like the truth. That's really what it is. It just sounds like you don't like the truth. When I say 70% of all teen pregnancies come from single mom households, does it sound like I'm trolling? When I say 71% of all adolescents on substance, does it sound like I'm trolling? When I say 80% of all prison inmates come from a single mom household, does it sound like I'm trolling? When I say 90% of all homeless and runaway children came from a single mom household, does it sound like I'm trolling? These degenerates are going to call the truth trolling. Of course they are. I mean, does facts sound like trolling to you? Does it sound like 90% of homeless and runaway children are trolling? Would you tell smackhead in the streets you're trolling, huh? Why don't you go do that? Why don't you go outside one day, right? And tell a homeless man he's trolling you. Go do that. Because that's what you sound like. Go and tell a homeless auntie in the street or a homeless smackhead in the street, a woman or a man, tell them they're trolling. Go tell a madman in the street he's trolling. Because they were raised in a single mom household. Go tell them they're trolling. Go to prison and speak to the inmates and tell them you was trolling when you pew-pewed someone. Go tell them that. Go tell smug dealers. You're trolling, bro. Go do that. Let's see how far that will take you. Because I know you Fefails are a whole new level of slow. You're a whole new level of slow. You are the type of Fefail that you have to go through some type of something to realize how slow you are. So go do that, huh? Go in them streets. Go speak to them inmates, them smug dealers, and tell them they're trolling. Tell them their mother who raised them are trolling as well. Tell them that as well. Tell them the mother that raised you, that pushed you out, trolled you. And that's why you're trolling. And see how far that will take you. Because I know you Fefails are a whole new level of slow. But you won't do that. Because you know damn well they'll give you a reality check. They won't do that though. You won't speak to the inmates. You won't speak to the homeless people in the streets. Tell them, was you raised in a single mom household? You won't ask the smug dealers that. No, you will come here and say, I'm trolling. That's how I know you Fefails, you don't like reality. Delusional just as much as these single moms were delusional to go look for love through their nyash. They won't do that. They will have all the mouth. You will have all the mouth to say these things, but you won't go say it to a smug dealer though. You won't go tell a smug dealer that he has daddy and mommy issues. You won't say the reason why you are ruining society right now is because you was raised by a single mom. You won't say that though, will you? Majority of you Fefails will sleep with him. That's what you Fefails would do. You won't tell him that he's destroying society, but you'll let him destroy your backside though. That's what you Fefails would do instead. Oh yeah, that's right. You won't tell the smug dealer that he's destroying society and he was raised by a single mom and that's why he's degenerate, but you will spread your legs open to that man like there's no tomorrow. You will let him destroy your insides before you tell him he's destroying society though. You will do that, won't you? Yeah, you won't tell degenerates. You won't tell them they're trolling. You won't give them a reality check. Because you Fefails love degenerates. That's why. That's why your pitneys come out the same way. You Fefails won't tell anyone the truth. Because as far as it goes, you love the degeneracy. You love the men that are raised by single moms. You can't help yourself. You can't help but to create the same cycle over and over again. That is their favorite type. Their favorite type is the degenerate that was raised by a single mom. I hear a lot of these Fefails talk about, I love a man that was raised by a single mom because he understands women. But she'll be the same one that'll be like, he's manipulative after he goes and claps another Fefail cheek, after he goes and cheats, after he's unstable, emotional. She'll be the same Fefail in a couple of years crying about how he was a bad man and how he lied to her and how she didn't see anything coming and people change. They'll be the same ones. These Fefails really think that these single moms raise the best men. That's why you also come out to be single mothers yourself. You Fefails trust Fefails way too much. Because you really think a single mom is going to raise a man to be a man? You really think a single mom is going to raise a man to be a good husband? A masculine man? An emotionally stable man? Yeah, that is never going to happen. That is never going to happen. And that's why I call you guys slow. That's why I call you guys slow, because it's right in your face. But the reality is, you are attracted to that. That's why you defend these single moms. Because you know damn well you're attracted to their degenerate sons. You're attracted to that degenerate lifestyle. So you will never call out the truth because the man that you want probably wouldn't exist. You start calling out these single moms, there's not going to be no Pookie and Ray Ray out there for you. You start calling out these single moms, Pookie ain't going to clap your backside anymore. He ain't going to be clapping your cheeks the way you want. He's going to be a good man, a good civilian in society. That's going to put you off. He's actually going to be masculine. He's actually going to be responsible. Yeah, you Fefails don't want that. Welcome, Inspector. So, yeah, they will never call out a single mom and her degenerate pitneys. Because the reality is, those are the same men that you are attracted to. Thank you, Mims. Thank you, Skrilla. Those are the same men you want. So they will never call out a single mom. Because they are creating the same degenerates that they enjoy, that they like to consume. It's just that simple. Just like these single moms, they love to also be degenerate. That's why they came out creating a broken home. There's always going to be a buyer for the product. There's always going to be a Fefail out there for a Pookie. And way too many. There's always going to be a community box out there for another man, for another man to clap her cheeks. There's way too many of you Fefails to think that this single mum rate is gonna ever dip. It's not going to stop. It's funny how you Fefails say, well, women today are having standards. No, you're not. You Fefails love the streets. It's not stopping anytime soon. It's not stopping anytime soon. It's just getting higher and higher and higher. And you're just getting married less and less and less. That's all that's happening. This is why no one is marrying these single moms. Nobody wants to marry a single mom. Because really and truly, what are your children going to come out to be like? She's already ruining her children's life. Why would you set yourself up like that? Only an idiot would do that. It's like going in an airplane that crashed. Why would you do that? Why would you choose to go in an airplane that already crashed? That is the equivalent of marrying a single mom. That is literally the equivalent of marrying a single mom and saying, hey, let's have a family together just so you can all crash again. This is another reason why they are the least desired. There's literally no chance of it really being a fruitful, healthy marriage. It is over. There is another man's DNA running around your house, reminding you another man clapped your wife's cheeks. Every day you wake up, you are reminded the reason why she's there laying in your bed is because another man didn't want her. But he was able to put another baby inside her, though. He was able to put another baby inside her, but didn't want to marry her. And so she settled for you. That stepchild is always going to remind you that's another man's DNA that clapped your wife's cheeks. I mean, what man with sense wants that? What man with sense wants that? That's why I say that's a desperate man. That's a whole new level of desperation. That is a whole new level of desperation. Waking up every day and raising another man's child that clapped your wife's cheeks. And he clapped it numerous of times. Some females get smegnant one night, but a lot of times it happens numerous times for her to get there. That is a reminder every single day. That is a whole new level of simp. Majority of men don't want that reminder. That is the least desired livelihood for any man to want to have. You don't want to wake up with another man's dirty plate. The man's already eating off your plate. Not every holiday you got to go and see that same man. Maybe every weekend you have to see the same man that clapped your wife's cheeks. This is why I say single moms will never be higher than the least desired. They're never coming out of that level. That's not happening. Because that is going to be a man's forever reality. And that baby dad's DNA is going to be in your child's DNA. A lot of these females think that they can be able to become more desired. From where? Who? And I never understand how they can say they are not the least desired, but men are not marrying you single moms. Your own baby dad didn't even marry you. If your own baby dad didn't even marry you, in what world do you think you are desired? I mean, that is probably the biggest rejection you could actually get as a woman. Because she literally carried that man's child for 9 months. And the man still didn't marry you. I mean, if that doesn't tell you you're the least desired, I don't know what else does. If the man literally watched you carry his child, it came from him first. Okay, that child did one of the biggest journeys in life from him to you, and he still didn't marry you. How are you not the least desired? Your own baby dad doesn't even want you. But they will somehow think, thank you, Inspector, thank you, but they will somehow still believe that you are desired. Yeah, maybe in the corn industry where they'll call you a MILF. Yeah, maybe there. Maybe men with kinks. Those are the men that desire you Fefails. Maybe the men that clearly ain't getting nothing, like real bad. There is a little window for those type of men. But for a man that actually has options, that's not happening. Thank you, Timothy sent $2, not my wife's cheeks. Well, that is reality. That should just tell you that if her own baby dad didn't marry her, then who is going to marry her? Who is going to marry her if the own child's father is not going to marry this female? And the real question is, why didn't he marry her? Why didn't the man that gave you a child married you? It's not really convincing. I mean, there's already a child involved. That is enough in itself. But it's all these other reasons attached to it as well that just makes it worse. It would never actually be something fruitful. I'll be honest, a lot of these single moms, they've lost their value. You have lost your value. What value do you actually have now? Because the little value you had left is for your pitney, but you want to go out looking for a man. Because you ain't going to be seen as a wife. You're definitely not a good mother. I mean, I'll be honest with you, they shouldn't even be celebrated or called good mothers at all. Because they will never be that. If there really was good mothers, they would have made sure they had standards for themselves before they had a child. I think these Fefails think that you become a good mother after you push out your pitney. That's not how it works. Okay? Good mothers actually think about their unborn babies. I know you Fefails don't think that far ahead. We know that. That's why you became a single mom. We know that. We know you don't think that far ahead. You just think about a man busting inside you. But good mothers think about their future children first. That's a good mother because she actually does things intentionally and gets married. It makes sure there's going to be a man there. That's a good mother. You Fefails don't think that far ahead. You think the farthest as you go is who and what man and when he's going to bust your cheeks. So I don't understand how these Fefails even call these single moms good moms. I don't know where they get that from. It's coming like you've never even seen a good mom before. Like you don't even know what that is. Like it doesn't even exist. People love throwing these useless titles. It gives it less meaning. They're not good moms. They're not good mothers. They don't produce healthy children. Stable children, stable adults, healthy adults. They don't do any of that. That's not what good moms do. What, because she stayed? She stayed because she chose to be a single mom, okay? She stayed because she chose to spread her legs open. She stayed because she was just too ashamed. It's her reality. But staying doesn't make you a good mother. No, that has nothing to do with that. That has nothing to do with that. Thank you, Rico. Thank you. So single moms will forever be the least desired. That is not going to change. That will never change. And the quicker you Fefails accept it, the better. But they won't. They won't accept it because somewhere in their mind, women can do it all. You can do it all when really you just can't because you're not doing it all. The only thing you are doing is being degenerate. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly change my prompt and then come back. Okay, so everyone on YouTube, just stay. I'm just going to reboot TikTok. So TikTok, I'm going to reboot it, but YouTube, I'm still going to be live. So just give me a second. Thank you.
Especially in that country.
You know why is the reason why I say that? Because there's a day I saw a text, and then I asked
How long y'all been married?
for almost going for 3.5.
I see the problem is.
I asked him, somebody called him, and then she asked, "Is your wife there?" And then I said, "Why will somebody ask you such a question while they know you're here with me?"
Oh yeah,
And
so you
then
knew
he
you
said,
knew
"That's
exactly
my
you knew
female
exactly.
friend." Listen, he said, "That's my female friend. Don't you not have your male friends?" I say, "My male friends, they have boundaries. They know when
No, they
they
don't.
call,
They
they
don't.
call
Love. Let me use J Love for example. I'm gonna call J Love up and be like,
Okay. Thank you for waiting. Okay, so the new prompt is be okay. Well, Black women glorify dysfunction. That is the new prompt. Black women glorify dysfunction. I mean, the question that I always love to always. Why do I say that? Why would I say that Black women glorify dysfunction? Why would I? Thank you, G9. Thank you, thank you, G. BLK women have always glorified dysfunction. I mean, the last time they didn't glorify dysfunction was what, the 1960s? So it's been a couple of decades since they haven't. Today, BLK females are the blueprint of dysfunction. Today, everything that they do is glorifying dysfunction. And the worst part is, BLK females don't actually ever want to admit that. They never want to talk about it. They always want to act as if it doesn't exist, as if it's not something that we are all watching. And that's what I find funny, is that when you do want to talk about it, now it's a damn lie. Now I'm getting everything from the TV and the radio. Like, I mean, come on. You know, we're in 2026. One, people are not even watching TV like that. Listening to the radio like that. Okay? People have access to every information out there. And the most accessible thing out there is a BLK females Niash. Literally and figuratively. It's all over the internet. It's all over the streets. It's all over the clubs. It's now international. Traveling worldwide just so everyone can see her Nyash as well. Chance, where are all your guests today? You're one of them. You are one of the Fefails out there that will forever get triggered. Chance is my number one fan. She is the Fefail that loves to get triggered with every prompt, everything that I say, because deep down she knows it's the truth. Deep down, you know that BLK Fefails glorify dysfunction. Deep down, you know this is what they're good at doing. And it won't change anytime soon. Because this is what gives BOK Fefails clout today. This is what gives them clout. They love to give each other attention when they are dysfunctional. That's why they love to twerk all over the internet. If you see a BOK Fefail twerking, she's going to get posted somewhere. Okay? You're going to see her posted somewhere on some page. You're going to see her backside somewhere on some page. At least one picture. At least one picture. 80% of BOK Fefails will show you their nyash on their profile. You will see one picture somewhere, whether it's subtle or whether it's completely obvious, but you will see it because it's one of her biggest assets. It's one of the assets that gets her attention. It's one of the assets that gets her paid. It's the asset that gets the men that she doesn't get the man, but she definitely can get the man in the bedroom. Being able to get the man, really is marriage, which BOK Fefails seem to be failing at the most. When it comes to marriage, they are failing miserably. It's not even funny anymore. Can't even make a joke out of it because it's really that bad. How do women fail this bad at marriage? And it's interesting that they will say, men are all easy, men are the easiest, but you can't seem to get married? Seems like they're not that easy. Seems like they have more standards than you when it comes to finding a wife. Somewhere along the line, these Fefails really believed they were above the program and could be able to get the man that they wanted when they wanted. And somehow just couldn't. It's obvious why they couldn't. Because who wants to marry someone that glorifies dysfunction? Who wants to marry someone that doesn't even want to live up to higher standards, not only for themselves, but for their community? You would think that glorifying dysfunction would actually be something that BOK Fefails would be ashamed of. But it seems like it's the one thing that they love to celebrate. They love to celebrate their degenerate music. These degenerate artists that talk about their coochie game, that talk about how they can rinse a man's money, that talks about how a man can get enough. All these, even the trends that these BOK Fefails create today. I never see any trends that has to do anything with wives. Any trends that have to do with anything that is actually worthy of valuable. Something you can learn from. Mula said, shut the F up by. No, I'm not going to shut the F up. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it and I'm going to reveal you BOK Fefails just like you. I know that's what you want me to do, but you Fefails can't even shut the F your legs up. Why can't you shut the F your legs? Why can't BOK Fefails shut the F their legs up? Because it seems like they love having STD because it's one of the highest, both in the UK and in the US. For those that didn't know, even in the UK, they can't help but get them men, run through them, one by one. It's like you love collecting different Ds. I think you're telling the wrong person to shut the F up. You really need to tell these BOK Fefails to shut the F their mouth up because they also have the highest obesity rate. You can't help it. You can't shut the F your legs. You can't shut the F your mouth. Because it seems like everything that you put in your mouth is making you fatter by the day. In the UK and in the US, BOK females have the highest obesity rate. What's going on? It's not curves anymore, ladies. Okay? You're not big boned, you're fat. Let's stop these lies. Okay? Let's stop these lies about curves, about Coca-Cola body. Okay? It's called fat. Okay? It's called being heavy. It's called XXXXL. Okay? It's called 80% of the high street stores don't have your size. Stop. It's called you can't fit into anything that you buy. Why are you females lying to yourself like this, huh? When did curvy become a size 16? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out, when did curvy become 16 plus? Can someone tell me, can any of you BOK females tell me when did size 16 plus become curvy? Because I'll be honest, once you're hitting 12 and 14, you're already pushing it. You're already pushing the scale. After 14, you've broken it. You've broken the scales at home. Now you need to go see the doctors to help you stop eating all that damn food. So it's easy for you females to tell me to shut the F up. But it seems like you all are struggling to do that with your legs and your mouth. And there's clearly a problem going on. There's a problem when you have the highest obesity rate in Western society. I mean, come on. Do you females even talk about this? Do you females even say that one of the biggest issues you are having is actually staying healthy? Is actually not being fat? Do you females actually talk about it? You love to talk about your nyash, you love to talk about men, but do you talk about the fact that you're struggling not to be fat? Because I think that's a real issue. It's an issue you females never want to talk about. Think deeper, you're on something, but you're not seeing the root cause. I see the root cause. They love to eat. They love to eat and they love the D. That's the root cause. There's no other root cause other than the fact that they are degenerates. I don't know what I don't know what you females want me to say. What, the root cause is the system? Huh? Is the government? Is that what you want me to say? It's the government? It's the white tea man? It's the colonizer? Is that what you want me to say? It's Santa Claus. It's Santa Claus. It's the boogeyman. It's the man in your closet that's got you opening your legs. That's got you not fitting into any clothes. It's got you wearing wigs day in and day out. Tooth Fairy, it has to be someone out there. Because for you to wake up every single day and put weave on your head, it makes me question who's telling you to do this. You have to really ask yourself, who's telling you BOK females to wear weave like it's your full-time job? Like you're getting paid to wear weave. The only thing you're getting paid is alopecia. The only thing you're getting paid is your edges being snatched. I'm trying to figure out who's telling you BLK Fefails to wear the wigs that you wear day in and day out. Because it's not by force. It's not by force for you to snatch your edges the way you Fefails do. It's really not by force. But you Fefails don't want to talk about it. You don't want to have a conversation about it. No, what you want to do is hide it. What you want to do is act as if it doesn't exist. Thank you, Timothy. Sent $2 US. How do we save them from the clappage? There's no saving them. You can't save these Fefails. They can't even save themselves. They can't even save themselves. That's why every stat is the way that it looks. That's why no matter where you look at, they are failing. That's why when you take a look at the AB rate is the highest. That's why when you take a look at the least married, it's the lowest. Divorce rates is the highest. I can't even tell you where they're succeeding at. Because they're not succeeding in even being independent. They're not even succeeding in being independent. They get fired like there's no tomorrow. BLK Fefails get fired like there's no tomorrow. No one's trying to hire them. And when they do, they fire them. They're not even succeeding in being independent. The one thing that they love to be. Love to do. Love to scream and shout about it. I can't tell you one place that they are succeeding in. And let me tell you something, neither can these BLK Fefails. They can't tell you where they're succeeding in at a high rate. They have to lie and say they're the most educated when really they're not. You know, for you to be the most educated would actually have to see in other areas in your life as well. Okay? You can't just claim you are the most educated, but you're failing everywhere else. That's not what educated people do. Okay? When someone is educated, they succeed in other areas in their lives. I don't know why these BLK Fefails make that type of lie. I don't know how they actually think it's a good lie. We are the most educated. How? Do most educated have the highest single mom rate? Do the most educated have the highest divorce rate? Do the most educated have the highest STD rate? Really ask yourself this. If they do, how are they educated? I'm not saying educate always symbolizes intelligence, but to some extent, it does symbolize the fact that they are pretty smart. And smart people make smart choices. So how do these BLK Fefails make these type of lies and think it makes sense? You want to call yourself the most educated, but you fail everywhere else. But when you take a look at the Asian woman, who is the most educated, she has the highest marriage rates. She is the most educated and she has the lowest AB rates. She is the most educated and she has the lowest single mom rate. The obsession with Asian women. I mean, can you blame me? They are succeeding in every aspect of their life. They're running laps around you, BLK Fefails. It's not obsession. It's funny that you think talking about people that have succeeded is an obsession. That's how I know you Fefails glorify dysfunction. You have to. You have to glorify dysfunction. Because how could you call it obsession when I'm calling out what is actually healthy. See, you want me to talk about a Cardi B, a Smexy Red. You won't call me obsessed if I was talking about Smexy Red, though. You won't call me obsessed if I was talking about a Cardi B. No, you won't call me obsessed if I was talking about a Nicki Minaj. Welcome, LOL.
Yo, what? Nicki Minaj.
Yes, welcome.
Gang.
Go ahead.
Yo,
Please address the prompt.
define dysfunction, or yeah, like, is this the whole baby mama thing again? Except for it's in a different prompt, or
Sorry, can you just repeat that for me?
like define dysfunction? Like, what do you mean? What do they support that's dysfunctional? Like, what are you getting at?
I mean, what do you think? What do you think? Before I answer your question, do you agree with the prompt?
No, because I want to know what you're getting at first.
Okay, and just
Like,
tell
I
me
would-
quickly, why do you disagree, and then I'll explain. Just so we can have an idea of what
Are you
mean.
thinking? Are you thinking majority of black women again?
Yes, be okay. Yes, majority. Yes.
Okay, and you're saying that based off the statistics, correct?
Yes.
I discussed this with Boy Wonder about like statistics being biased and it could be racially motivated and things like that. So, I mean, can you explain your part on that? On knowing that it can be biased and mixed up?
Well, when we take a look at the word dysfunction, okay, it really means a failure in either system, group, or function normally. And I think that's quite fitting for BOK Fefails, where they have failed to function normally, okay? They have failed to function normally psychologically, in having healthy relationships, even when it comes to sexual health, when it comes to their physical health. They have failed even when it comes to taking care of their hair. They have even failed when it comes to even taking care of their skin. Because BOK Fefails also love to bleach. So they have failed in every aspect when it comes to functioning normally. And I understand why you say, well, the stats can be biased, but the reality is, to some extent, we have to be able to pull out some logic to be able to have this conversation. If we can't be able to use these datas that are available to us, then we're just going to be really speaking emotionally.
Okay, so when you say Asian women, do you mean Asian women in the Western society, or do you mean like in a different country?
No, in Western society.
Okay, so you don't think that's based off of different societal norms in that race, like at all?
Yes and no, but I don't see how that applies. I don't see how that applies to the fact that it doesn't matter. Because, for example, in the UK, a lot of BOK Fefails, they come from the continent. They're heavily tied into their culture, their roots, their language, their food, and somehow still glorify dysfunction. Asian women are the same. They're very tied into their culture, their food, their language, and somehow didn't come out dysfunction. So to me, it actually just reveals who prioritizes what and why.
Okay, processing information here. So you don't have any resentment on any black women or anything like
Be
that?
okay.
Be okay.
I
Women.
no, no, not particular be okay Fefails, although degeneracy, yes. And anyone that attached themselves to degeneracy, I have always said that people need to separate themselves from that because degeneracy is not something that's productive for society or the BLK community.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Well, um, back to the Asian women thing.
I mean, it's not just Asians. Whiteys are doing better. Hispanics, to some extent, are doing better. To some extent, I mean, they even in the parts where they do fail, they're able to still get married and have families, and that outweighs a lot of bad. Because if you can consistently be able to depend on your man and have a family, it's not just about having a man, but it's the fact that you can be able to produce a healthy family. That produces healthy civilians, that produces healthy communities, healthy, as a lot of these females love to say, villages. So, yeah, Hispanics may not be doing the best, but one thing I can say is they get married and they stay married and they have families. So, every other nation seems to be doing better in all the important parts that actually makes you functional in society.
Okay, but you can't really say the same thing, even regardless of what society, you can't really say the same thing for the other women that are being forced into marriage.
In Western society, there's no women that's being forced in marriage. I mean, if we're talking about third world countries, yeah, that's a whole different conversation. But in the first world countries, places like the UK, Canada, USA, no, that's not happening. There's no women out there that's being forced into marriage. Definitely not the majority.
Okay, so regardless of that, marriage can't always bring happiness.
It clearly does if married women are the happiest.
Like all women, or do you mean a specific race
Yeah, all
again?
women. So generally speaking, all women from every nation are the happiest compared to single childless women who are the least happiest.
You said from all nations, right?
Yes, from all nations.
Okay, so all nations in Western society. I'm
Yes.
hoping that's what you meant. Okay.
Yes, in Western society are the happiest when they are married with children. So clearly, marriage, which it does, benefit women more compared to the ones who are not married and childless. Seems like they are struggling with their mental health. They're struggling to find purpose. They're struggling to find fulfillment.
Okay. So when you say marriage benefits you, do you mean what are the benefits?
The benefits are being able to create a family, being able to continue your culture, being able to create wealth and have fulfillment and purpose in your life, being able to have someone there for the rest of your life to always depend on, to always care, have affection. You know, these things money can't buy.
Right, and you said the man should lead, correct? Like
I mean,
when
yes,
it
in a
comes.
traditional setting, yes, men should lead.
Okay, regardless if the man led or not, should the woman be making money too?
I mean, that's important if the man leads or not. You know, that a man is supposed to lead. Or you're just gonna
Yeah, I can
or you're just gonna have a
understand that.
masculine female and a feminine man.
But okay, so she's in a relationship, right? And you said, women making 24K or whatever is considered a female. I thought that's what I heard like last.
No, money has nothing to do with the fact that she's a female. It's more so a mentality. It's just another way of saying modern woman, which has a mentality attached to it.
Are you basically telling females to just wait for the perfect white knight to come swoop them up?
No, I'm not telling them to do anything. I wouldn't tell a female to do anything. But I'm calling out their behavior. Females are the ones who are glorifying dysfunction. They don't want the so-called good man. They don't want that. They want to get their cheeks clapped.
Oh man. So, and you don't? Like, it's not an attack, but I'm just
No, not every woman wants to be a community box. You know, there are women out there that actually see life bigger than getting their cheeks clapped. You know, there's more to life than intercourse. You do know that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
of
then.
course.
I mean, somehow it's not obvious to a lot of females. You know, they think life is all about the D, but there's more to life than getting your cheeks clapped.
You're right. Eventually, when you marry somebody, you're gonna have to get your cheeks clapped. I mean, I think there's more to marry or more than marriage. Because you gotta have kids, this, that, and the third. The things you brought up and said that would be involved in marriage.
So the reality is, BOK females are not doing that. If anything, they're doing everything else, like wearing wigs full time. Even outside of relationships, they don't even know how to take care of themselves. They don't even take care of themselves like other nations do. Other nations don't ruin their scalp, don't ruin their hair, their nervous system the same way that they do.
Hey, I can agree with that to an extent. I can't relate because, that's just me. But, I mean, what do you think? I forgot my damn question. Hold on. All right. There was just one question I wanted to ask because you said there was a solution.
Yeah, but you
You
don't
didn't
like
say
my
just,
solution.
yeah, no, you said don't just marry any man. You're not, I mean, you suggested to marry BOK men. And I didn't know if you mean marry BOK men because they make you much more happier or it's a contract thing again.
I mean, it's not that it's a contract thing or it's they make you happier. It's the biggest solution to it's the solution to all your problems. I mean, not yours, but generally when it comes to being a BLK woman, the BLK man is your solution. It's definitely not the YT man, is it?
No, but what does a BOK man bring to the table that a white man doesn't?
What exactly do you mean by that?
You said it solved your, I mean, you said it solved, I mean, marrying a black, I'm sorry,
BLK.
BOK, I apologize. BOK man was the solution to everything. And so I'm just trying to figure out, like,
Okay, for example, right? Do you think a YT man it would go to, do you think a YT man would go to WAR for you to fight for your rights? Just as that simple. I mean,
Well, yeah, I'm sure.
you said yes, really? You really believe that? You think the YT man is going to dismantle the system that BOK females love to talk about in the patriarchy? You think the YT man is going to dismantle the same system he built for you?
I mean, explain men in the war right now. Like,
No, but that's not my question is the YT man going to do that for a BOK woman? Is he going to destroy the same system that BOK females declare they're suffering from for you, a BOK woman?
oh no, I really don't know the answer to that. I feel like you need to like clarify a bit more.
I don't understand what you don't know. Why are you confused?
No, I'm just, can you ask it a different way? It's like so awkward for me. That's all. I'm not trying to be slow. I'm just trying to understand.
Okay, so do you know that BOK women have the highest mortality rates? So when they give birth, they're most likely to unalive, the highest compared to any other nation. Do you know that?
Yeah, I've seen that percentage.
Okay, then. So do you think the YT man is going to change the healthcare system for the BOK woman?
Oh, well, no.
Okay, then that's the answer. So then who will? What man of what nation will do that?
See what you mean. Be okay. That's all I can.
Exactly. That's the point. So the solutions or all the problems that are happening is only going to be solved by a BLK man. And that's why I say submit to a BLK man. That's the solution. But a lot of times, BLK females don't want to do that. They rather be dysfunctional.
Okay. Can you answer why men's bodies are still way studied more than women's then?
Can you ask me that again?
Why male bodies are more studied than women's today then, if that was the case?
I'm trying to understand the correlation. So I'm trying to understand how that correlates to the prompt or what we're talking about.
No, because you said BOK men would be there to help change the health system, right? Is that
Okay, yeah, that yeah.
so? I'm trying to figure out if that was the case. You know, for example, like menstrual cycles. Why hasn't that been figured out yet?
Why has menstrual cycles not been figured out? I mean, I'm still trying to. How does that correlate? I mean, are you asking why have BOK men not figured out about menstrual cycle?
Yeah, like what's taking so long? Like just in general, what's taking so long?
Okay, in simple summary, it's BLK females. That's what's taking long. It's taking long for BLK females to be feminine. It's taking long for them to be submissive. It's taking long for them to be natural. It's taking long for them to actually not be aggressive. It's taking way too damn long and it's too late, but to not be promiscuous. I mean, once they've gone down our journey, I mean, it's too late, I'll be honest with you. So I guess what you're asking is why haven't BLK men changed the reality of BLK women and being able to change things for us in a weird context. I think I get what you're trying to ask, but in summary, it's BLK females. You want BLK men to do these extraordinary things, but yet you are the same females who pull them down.
I just feel like if you let a BLK man lead, there is a possible chance of financial abuse and
Don't
abuse,
use that word,
period.
please. Say AB, please.
Oh, AB. AB. My bad. Y'all gonna have to teach me to. I need to take notes. Okay. Yeah. That's my concern. Like, you don't see if the man fully leads on, I don't know what, like bills, paying for things that won't eventually lead to like financial abuse or some type of ego power dynamic.
Okay, then the question is, why would you go for a man like that?
Well, how would you know it doesn't, men could pretend to be the nice guy and you never know like any dark sides they got to him. That will eventually show. That maybe could take years. That's my answer.
I mean, then the BLK female failed herself to be able to learn how to vet. She failed herself because there's her family. The reality is, right, if she is too dumb to vet, then maybe your father should help find a husband for you. Because that's
You
what it's,
think the father-
yeah, but that's what it's coming like. It's coming like you females, not you in particular, but it's coming like you females don't know how to vet. You don't know how to tell when a man is a liar. You don't know how to tell these basic human traits. Why don't they go to their father and say, find a husband for me? Because clearly you're struggling to find one yourself.
Okay. So she's allowed to get help to just find a husband?
What do you mean
Oh,
she's
well, no,
allowed to
sorry.
get help? I mean, well, she's usually supposed to get help by her father.
No, sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you, I feel like I have an idea what vet is. Can you kind of explain more what that is to me? I'm sorry. I'm dumb. Okay, I'll be honest. But yeah, I just
It's fine. A lot of BLK females don't know what vetting is, so you're not the only one. Okay, a lot of them vet with their nyash. So vetting is the process of carefully investigating or evaluating a person, company, or idea to assess their background, integrity, and suitability.
okay.
Which BLK females don't do at all. Their vetting is I want a 6 foot tall man who's easy on the eyes. That's how BLK females vet.
Okay. And what about the women outside of BLK? Can you say that they all do the vetting?
No, for example, like Asians are known for even in Western society, Asians are known for doing what's the word? They're known for allowing there's a word for it, I just can't think of it top of my head, it's an obvious word. But they usually allow their parents to find their partners. So they usually allow their mothers and fathers to help find their husbands. So a lot of times their family does the vetting for them. Arranged, yes. Asians are known for doing arranged marriages, even in Western society, and it actually comes out to be very successful. So a lot of times their parents do the vetting. Some do their own, but that's what they're known for as well.
Okay. Are you sure that's not a true tradition thing in their culture?
It is. It definitely is a part of their culture. Like Indians are known for doing it, for example. Indians are known for doing arranged marriage, even in the UK. When the woman is starting to get a little bit up in age, she's about to hit the 30, eggs ain't cracked yet, and struggling to get the man that she clearly wants, or struggling to get a husband, They are known to go to their parents to say, hey, mom, dad, I need a husband.
Okay, that's interesting. That is very interesting. I didn't know that. That must have been.
It's very, very common. I mean, if you have to, it's very common. If you're not around them, basically, you won't know this. But it's very, very common. It's not just something that happens in third world countries. It happens in the UK, in the US. What it is, a lot of BLK females are so far from that reality that it would be a little bit shocking to you, like, because a lot of BLK females want to find their own man, want to find their own bag, want to do everything by themselves, They want to test drive the man first before the father can vet the man. They rather test drive the man than allow the father to vet the man first. It's backwards. So that reality is not really exposed to you.
Okay, what if the father is a POS and finds a man that thinks is right for their children but isn't? Has a dark side.
I mean, that's not even the majority now. Come on, that's rare. I don't even know what POS is. I'm so sorry. What is
It's
that?
okay. Piece of S,
okay. I mean, I don't think that's the majority. That's not the majority. Fathers care about their daughters. Fathers love their daughters. Fathers want the best for their daughter. Fathers want the best man for their daughter. So if anyone that's going to know a man is going to be your father. The father could be a POS, but he's not going to be a POS to his daughter. The father could be very straight, but he's not going to be that way to his daughter. I think it's a different dynamic.
Okay. Are you saying all? Or no, not all. Not all, sorry. You keep telling me majority. No, I'm trying to find the words here. So when you say dysfunction, are you looking at like BOK women who are rappers who glorify, like, going out in the summer? That's what I feel like you're looking at mostly.
I mean, to some
And looking at
extent, yeah, that definitely plays a part. But for example, if you go on Instagram, let's be honest, 80% of BLK females have at least one picture of their nyash.
Yeah, I don't know if you agree, but yeah, that is definitely the problem in the BLK community where I know you said not BLK men, but if you look at the BLK men, they're the one promoting the same things. And it can be very influential, but it is up to the person if they want to follow that. I just think that's a problem as a whole in the community. That does go on a lot. I can agree with that.
Okay, I have one question to ask you, then I'm going to introduce the next panelist. But
Yeah.
how do BLK men promote this, or how are they doing the same thing? Because BLK men ain't out there showing their nyash.
Well, no, no. I mean, like, when it comes to, music, hip hop, they promote the same thing, sexualization, that goes on a lot. And then there goes the BLK women. I would say that does the sexualization as well, which
Smexualize,
goes
please.
on, or smexualization in the Black community. I see it from both sides.
Okay, I understand. It's interesting that you use music. So you can't even say that for majority of average men. So then really what you have is BLK females showing their backside to a very small percentage of men.
Right, and I could say the BOK men in that industry are encouraging it.
Okay, well, let me introduce the new panelist, and then we can go back to open panel. Is it Nina?
Yes, it is. Nina.
Okay, welcome, Nina. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 19.
Okay. All right, then. Welcome. Please address the prompt.
I definitely agree with this, but I wouldn't just like put like black women like as just like the main. I think it's like going to like also like Latin women as well, like Hispanic women. I feel like we don't really value like marriage and like having two parents in the home as much as it is important. It really is important, like just skipping to like the baby daddy part and then like glorifying that and acting like, oh, my baby daddy this, my baby daddy that. It's important for kids to have two parents in the home. I don't care what anybody says. It matters. That's really it.
Okay, it's open panel. I mean, in the Hispanic community, the single mom rate is only 25%. I mean, it's up there, but if it was if it was 30 and up, then I'd be like, oh, okay, but it's 25%. It's not really as high as 47% of BOK Fefails. And even 59.3% of them had children outside of wedlock. So I get what you're saying. That's what I stated earlier, that yeah, there are some side eye moments that I would say for the Hispanic, but they still are doing better than BLK women and still have some type of function going on in their community. So it definitely is BLK Fefails for the most part.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree.
It
You
is
don't
open
think
panel. Yeah, go on.
you don't think there is white record labels,
YT,
for example,
please.
I'm still on, or YT record labels that are, or shoot, CIA, for example, are behind the destruction of BOK hip hop music. So basically, they're using these destructive ideas, like you said, like, you know, popping their yeah shit, or however you say it, to destroy the community and make money off of it. You don't think they're doing that
I mean,
to benefit?
I mean, to some extent, yeah. Like the system, the government, healthcare is never going to be there to profit BLK people, BLK women. But I can't say that's the root cause of their dysfunction. That's not the root cause today, you know, especially when it comes to music. I mean, you know, music shouldn't be any type of inspiration, shouldn't be seen as anything worthy of being idolized for. And if you take a look at the young generations, why are they being exposed to it? You have to look at the parents now. So yes, there's truth to what you're saying, but I'm not going to blame the CIA. I'm not going to blame the government. I'm not going to blame anybody else other than BLK Fefails, because we are in 2026. When do BLK Fefails actually take ownership for their own behavior?
It's facts. Everybody should be accountable to destruction. Something I cannot disagree with you on either. I've been said I agree with that, and how BOK women influence their children into seeing things like that. But that's exactly the problem.
I wouldn't
I
even
just don't.
go on.
I just don't see how you don't think. Again, maybe I need to understand a little bit more, but I don't see how you don't think BOK men are involved as well.
Honestly, I think to some extent BOK men have better standards than BOK females. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying they're perfect. I've never stated that. Okay? I've never stated that BOK men are perfect, and I don't combat BOK men. But the reality is, when it comes to my prompts, I talk about BOK females for the most part. And for the most part, BOK men are not the ones who are sleeping around. For the most part, BOK men are not these baby dads. For the most part, majority of these BOK females want a 6 foot tall man, which majority of men are not even. So it's really hard to blame majority of men when majority of women don't even want majority of men. Majority of women are not even attracted to 80% of men for them to even be doing anything. Even if you take a look at there was a stat that recently came out saying that Gen Z and millennials are no longer approaching women. They're not even approaching females anymore.
Yeah, just wanted to say something like about what Ella was saying. Well, BLK men are like also glorifying it as well, actually, because they think it's cute to sleep around, have multiple BMs, and they think it's cute. They think it's cool to wear ski mask and just to like cheat and do all that weird stuff. They definitely glorify that too.
Especially in the UK.
Okay, so let's take a look at the dating market, right? Because this is where it really stems from. Now, I have a question for you, Nina. I have 2 questions. Do you think a man will want to be with a woman who has a high body count?
I think society, like, no, like most men won't, even though it's weird still, because who wants to be with a man with a high body count as well?
So, do you think most women would want to be with a guy with a high body count?
No.
Hell.
That's a damn lie.
No, no.
That's that. So, are you telling me most women, most BOK females, want to be with a man that is not experienced in the bedroom at all? Like he has never had intercourse in his whole entire life.
There's a difference between not having experience and like doing too much.
Answer my question, please. Do you think women, not even women, take that back, females, because of the difference between the two, do you think females would want to be with a man that's never had intercourse in a day of his life?
No, I agree. No, they wouldn't. But still,
there it is. And do you think men would want to be with a woman who has never had intercourse? Hold on, I'm asking you.
yes.
All right, then. See the difference? Do we see the difference? See, one gender, which is the man, actually doesn't want his woman to have any type of experience. He actually doesn't care about any type of experience she has in the bedroom. But a female does care. She wants the guy to be experienced. She wants the guy to at least have clapped 1 or 2, 3 cheeks. So what you're really asking is, why do these females want a guy that is a cheater, that is a manipulator, that loves sleeping around? Because really, you control your own dating market. They're acting like that because they know you like it. Really think about it. Why would these guys be doing this if it didn't work?
I mean, I'll be honest.
I mean, I feel like it doesn't work on me. It might work on other people, but for me, absolutely not. Anyways,
She meant the majority. She's gonna turn back and say it's majority, not you. She doesn't know you, like she said she doesn't know me. So I'm gonna let you know that right now. But the part where she said, "Do you think women would sleep with a man with no experience?" and why I think I have a different answer to no, because I think it's the how do you say it? think the unrealistic, there we go, unrealistic expectations of men, like you know, corn, like CORN. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, just say corn. Yeah, corn is fine.
Yeah. Corn exposure on the internet, like that's coming on a lot, and it's very destructive. I think that's a problem. That's one of the issues
So you
too,
so
as
so
why.
your answer is that you believe females don't want a guy that's experienced. They want a guy that has never. They would actually accept a guy that has never had intercourse and all of that jazz.
Well, yeah, because of that factor, I think that plays a huge role.
But that's not true.
And then,
If that was
well, why
true,
not?
if that was true, how come BLK? How come BLK females have the highest AB rates? If that was true, if they really didn't want a guy that was like that, how come they keep unaliving unborn babies?
That has something to do with, and like I said, ignorance and lack of sexual, like I told Boy Wonder, like just lack of education. That is an issue in our community.
Honestly, I think you're in denial. You know,
No, like think about it.
I understand, but you know, this is where I find females don't want to admit. Okay, for there to be a supply, there has to be a demand. It's really just that simple. And if you want these men to be a certain way, you have to kind of demand it. You have to demand it. If you want men to be good, give good men your attention. Give good men your time. Give good men your prime years. But you don't. You know what you do? You give the guy with the ski mask your nyash. The guy that's a fake rapper your nyash. Or the real rapper your nyash. So the reason why you have these so-called, I wouldn't even say it's majority, but the BLK men that do glorify this, because it works. It's working. There's a demand and there's a supply. And you BLK females and females in general, but because we're talking about BLK females, they demand those type of men. And they're supplying it. Can you blame them?
Okay, I agree, but then again, like there are people who are trying to cut that chain, to cut that normalize. Like there's people who are not going for that as well.
Not enough. Let's be honest, not enough. Do you know all a man needs is money to have his options to open up his options? Do you know that's all a man actually needs today is money to get easy access to over 50% of women?
Probably. Probably, but you know, like I said, going on to my point, I think I can agree with the glorified. I wouldn't say, okay, yeah, I can say dysfunction, but the better way to say it is the media culture glorifying corn, big D's, you know, for example. You don't need a big D to pleasure a woman. That goes on a lot in the media where they're pushing that onto younger generations to believe that's what they need to,
That's
you
what
know, when
that's
it
what
comes to.
BOK females are pushing out. I mean, I'm not taking the corn industry is a part of it, but the corn industry has been here for years. Before there were corn videos, there was Playboy magazine. The corn industry, listen, Smex has always been sold for years. Okay? Before there was a Playboy, there was a Jezebel. Okay? These type of females that sell nyash have always existed. So that's not the reason why. To some extent, it does play a part, but that's not the biggest reason why. I find that a lot of these BOK Fefails, they love to glorify these sexual experiences. They do. They love to glorify these sexual experiences, and they love to shame men who lack these experiences. They even gave it a name. They even gave it, it's called demonetized. Men didn't create that name. Fefails did. They glorify these same men that you're talking about and gave it a name. They actually gave that experience a name. They gave that expression a name because it's a real thing for them. That there's men out there that they can't seem to let go of just because he's so good in bed. That she's hypnotized by him, which is insane. So when you're hearing all of that, that's coming from these BOK Fefails. There's another term called boyfriend experience, where these Fefails are being smutted out by these men that he's given it. They call it the boyfriend experience because the guy does everything to her, but he's not a boyfriend.
Okay, that's interesting. So can I go back on the part about BOK men? What about them, influencing boys to act a certain way or to act fake gangster and things like that? You don't think they should have some sort of accountability for pushing out to have multiple girls or all women are cheaters and unfaithful? You don't think that's harmful? There is rappers that do push that.
Generally speaking, all rappers are harmful. I'll be honest with you. I think music today is completely degenerate. Music today is completely trash. So doesn't matter if you're a man or woman, it's all trash. In my opinion, today it's just getting worse. But when you say about how, what men are advising other young men, to some extent, I wouldn't completely say that's harmful. Like if they tell a young man, majority of women are cheaters. I mean, let's really think about it, right? BOK Fefails today, do you think they are going to, the stats actually say, right, when it comes to if a man or woman is going to cheat, it's very similar. And what it says is men are more likely to cheat when they're older. Women are more likely to cheat when they're younger. So we have to really be logical about this. I don't think a man telling the younger generation that women are most likely going to cheat on you, because really, if that young man, let's say the young man is about 22, and he's looking for a wife, he's looking for a beautiful black woman as a wife. BOK, excuse me. What's the likelihood of him getting a wife when he doesn't have the money, he doesn't have the height, he doesn't have the establishment, he possibly hasn't moved out. Like, what's the likelihood of him finding a committed BOK woman who gets attention every single day?
I would say that's a very low percentage because you have women nowadays that are looking for a protector. That's all I'm going to say. And they want their protector to have money. And it really doesn't have much to do with love, in my opinion. That's what I think.
So it has
something to do with stability.
So there's your answer. So is it really toxic when a 30-year-old tells a 22-year-old, listen, don't focus on women. She's probably going to cheat on you anyways. Listen, until you're established and you got your life together, they're not going to take you serious. Can you really blame him for telling him that?
Yes.
But what's wrong with that if it's the truth?
Because what if you're 22 and in the same spot as him and you're doing something for yourself? Why would you want to be with somebody who's not the same level as you?
Because what happens, because the reality is a 22-year-old, are you talking about the women? The young woman?
Yes.
Okay, the young woman who's 22 and possibly is doing well for herself. what's the likelihood of her finding another 22-year-old around the same age range who's going to want to marry her?
That question completely went through my head.
Like low, but still like relationship wise, you probably want to be with somebody at the same spot as you. Like you said, a man, if he gets money, like his options open up. Like, of course, like a woman, why would you want to be with someone who is the same age as you, living with their parents, and you're not? Like, that's totally okay to have that as like a preference.
I'll be honest with you, it's already problematic that she's 22 and living independently. You know, that's a very masculine young woman right there, not gonna lie. Very, very masculine. 22, you're fresh in your 20s and you're already doing Miss Independent. Yeah, that's a red flag in itself. But the reality is...
Why do you say that?
It's just because a true feminine woman is not going to be quick to want to live by herself. It's not going to be her desire. Because really, let's really think about it, right? What are you doing? What are you doing that you can't do at home?
Well, just because like some people are well established early, they get into careers that build up faster than others. And if you have the money, why not get your dream apartment, your dream house if you can? Who wouldn't? Like, who wouldn't
That's
really?
not. But that wasn't my question. My question is, what is she doing that she can't do at home?
It's not like what she's doing. It's just like just your own energy. You can have it your own house, your own.
Your own. You know, that's, to be honest with you, it okay. One is, it's still a red flag, okay? Because one, that's a stupid. It at 22, if you're making that money, you're better off saving it than just moving out and buying a house. Okay, that's not even smart. That's really dumb. Okay, even if you're making
an apartment,
even if you're making all that money, it's dumb. You save. So it doesn't only show that she wants to live a fast life, not going to lie, because you can be successful in your career and whatever it is you're doing and still stay at home. Okay? So that reality doesn't need to change. You can still stay at home and still be under your mother and father.
But why wouldn't you want to be a step ahead? Like, I've done everything. I've been with my parents.
It's masculine.
You know,
it's very masculine.
It's really not. It's really not.
It is masculine because you're 22 years old now, and now you are choosing the route to be independent. Meaning now you're choosing. Thank you, newbie. You're choosing now to protect yourself. You're choosing now to be dominated. You're choosing now to be your own leader. You're choosing to carry all these traits that you didn't have to when you was living at home. And on top of that, you are going to be more reckless. You're more likely going to sleep with more men because now you have your own place.
No, I don't agree.
That's what happens. Okay, let's cut the crap. Okay, let's cut the crap.
Okay,
If she's living by herself, she's most likely going to invite boys. Okay, guys. No,
what if somebody doesn't have the nicest house?
Now you're lying. Now you're just lying.
What if you don't have the nicest house, the nicest? You know, if you have a lot of siblings, you may have to share. You may have to people have bigger families, and like now you have enough money to move somewhere you want to. That doesn't make you masculine. Like it's just you just want to have your own.
It does make you masculine. That's exactly what it is. See, a feminine woman is not going to want to do it on her own. She's not going to want to do that. She rather save the money and build with her husband, while someone that's very masculine is going to want to do it on their own at a very early age as well.
Okay.
I still disagree.
Women to
I'm
be
sure
weak.
you disagree, but the reality is BLK Fefails have the lowest marriage rate. So clearly the proof is in the pudding. No man wants to be with a masculine Fefail. And majority of 22-year-olds don't even make money like that. So a lot of these 22-year-olds, they probably are living by themselves, but they're a bunch of brokies.
Not all though. So like I said, there's certain careers that can put you in a position that you're able to do those things.
No, majority of these Fefails between Between the ages of 20 and 29, they only make 21,400.
Right. I think we're running back to statistics to avoid accountability, and as it's being used as a weapon. I'm feeling like now.
No, it's because what she's saying, okay, she's saying that what if the 22-year-old is somehow making her own money and succeeding
Somehow
in
it's
life?
possible.
Yeah, but it's not the majority though. It's just
Okay,
not.
but what about the people who are though? That
That's
doesn't
what I
make
said.
them
The people that
masculine.
they are masculine. Really think about it, right? For you to live by yourself, do you think you can be feminine?
Yeah, of course.
No.
Of course.
How can you be feminine if you have to protect yourself while you're living by? Who's protecting you when you're living by yourself?
Okay, so you have to be with a man to
Answer
be
my
feminine.
question,
Right.
please. If
What do
you
you-
are
why do you
living,
think- what is
answer
there
my
being
question.
protected by?
Answer my
Okay, we
question.
got you.
If you are living by yourself at 22 years old, who is protecting you?
Well, obviously nobody.
Yourself, but what if you're
How does
All
protecting
that-
right,
yourself
then.
at
Is that
home
a
as well?
feminine trait?
Okay,
To
but
be
what if
your-
you're protecting
Hold
yourself
on,
at home as well?
No, you don't protect yourself at home. That's not how it
What
works.
if you are? Some people are. You
No,
don't
you
understand.
have
Like, you don't know
parents. No,
people's
majority,
situations.
no.
Are
Your
weapons
parents,
not a
no.
thing?
Your parents are protecting you. And if they're not, they failed
What if
you.
they're the ones harming you though?
That's a very small percent. We're not talking about victims. We're not talking about victims, okay? That's not what we talk about. We're not going to...
Wait, so we're feminine with parents? I'm confused.
Of course you are. If you have a mother and father at home, then you are not going to be the one that's going to be assertive. You're not going to be the one that's going to be dominant. You're not going to be the one that's going to be paying the bills and having to make sure the bills are paid on time. You're not doing... You're not the man of the house. Essentially, you're not. So when you step out of that environment where you depended on your father, who will be doing these things, or your mother, or both, now you have to step into what a man would usually do for yourself. So now you have to be assertive. You can't be feminine and live by yourself. That's quite frankly impossible. You're actually making yourself more vulnerable. You want to be feminine and independent, you have made yourself a target. Try and do that.
What the heck, man? Okay, well,
Really think about it.
I
If you're
didn't know
living by
that- I
yourself,
didn't-
if you're living by yourself and people can see that you're not that dominant, you're careless, you don't leave your door, you're not that protective over your assets, don't you think you'll become a target?
I'm sure anybody's a target.
No.
But why
I
is
said more of
protecting
a
yourself
target.
masculine though? Why does that have to be masculine?
Exactly. Like, what does she got to protect her kids? And the
Yeah,
man
if she's
not
a single
there, 'cause
mom,
the
she's
man
still
can't be there.
masculine. Single moms are masculine. Yeah, single moms are very masculine because they're doing.
No, I'm saying that she.
If they're
has
doing
a husband.
a man's job and a woman's job.
You know a man can't be there all the time. So what if there was a time she had to protect her own children? If the man was out there
that
working?
happening is very, very slim, because the reality is when there is a man, when there's a husband, they move very differently. Okay. Wives are not like these. They're not reckless. They don't go to certain places they're not supposed to go. They don't go to unsafe places. They do things mostly in the daytime, in public, or with other wives and other mothers. And if they're by themselves, they're probably in the shopping mall. Wives move very, very differently because they have children and they have a man that probably said, hey, make sure you don't do this. Da, 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 da. So it's the likelihood of that happening to her is very, very slim. And then in her neighborhood or wherever she's abiding at, people know she has a husband. So that even more so decreases the likelihood of anything happening to her. So in her area, everyone knows she has a husband. And then when she's maybe outside of her area, she goes to places where approximately she's going to be safe, or she's around other women that are wives and mothers. Maybe she's doing like little community settings with her children. So she's not, it's very different. Wives, they move very strategically. They're not reckless like a lot of these baby moms.
Oh man. Okay. Well, do you know that no place is safe? Period. Like, nothing. People can break into houses. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but then And in the wife's home, she has the man there, but in the independent 22-year-old, she has herself. And to be honest, if she was living by herself at 22 in her whole neighborhood, everyone's going to know there's no man there. And they're going to know she has loads of money. They're going to know that she is this working independent woman. Like she's just the easiest target there than any other wife.
Do you think they would still care if there was a man there that can?
Yes, of course they would. Yeah, they would. Yeah, they would. Yes, they would. For example, even predators, if you get my drift, even predators, the way predators function is they have to, they prey on you, basically. They have to watch your movements. When I say they watch your movement, they watch your routine. They watch when you're doing it, what you're doing. That's how predators move. So essentially, if there's a man there, it makes their job harder. It makes their motive. It makes their motive harder. But for the 22-year-old, it makes his motive easier because there's not going to be a man that he has to now get through to get to her. So she now has to do what the man has to do and resist other men and other threats, getting into her house, getting into her circle. That is only going to make you more masculine because you have to be. Especially at 22.
I can agree with that.
Especially at 22, yeah, it's a different ball game. It's a different ball game.
But I guess at the same time,
she just started her 20s and she's living by herself. Yeah, she's gonna be a whole new next level masculine because she's young. You know, eyes are gonna be on her.
Okay, well, I just don't see how a man would want a weak woman. Wouldn't it be like beneficial to practice and tackle on these survival, moments just in case? Why not? I just don't see. I mean, if the woman is sitting in the house all day, she's not going to learn anything from the outside world. She'll just kind of be trapped in.
I mean,
including any kids that's like a daughter, for example,
Nina, what did you want to say? And I'm going to respond to LOL.
Oh, just saying, like, what's wrong with having, like, not, like, masculine traits, or, like, I feel like that's not a crime for certain situations like that. Like, living by yourself and having to protect yourself, why is that a bad masculine trait to have?
I mean, it's not that it's a bad masculine trait, but the fact that it overall, it's bad because it takes you out your womanhood, right? It takes you out your intrinsic womanhood, something that you was naturally embedding in. Now it's kind of taken out of you because you can't function in that realm anymore. Now, what makes it bad, essentially, other than the fact that you're no longer in your womanhood, is when it comes to finding that man, that the guy that's in your lane, as you mentioned before, that guy is not going to be attracted to a 22-year-old who's masculine, especially a guy who has the money, especially the guy who has the establishment. It doesn't even matter how old he is. It's going to be harder when he's in his 22s because already he's young. So it's even going to be a very low chance you're going to find someone who's 22 or around that age range who's going to take you serious. But the one who does take you serious, he has options, and he's not going to choose an independent Fefail who is living outside their parents' home. That's not going to... So all round, not only are you not in your womanhood, but when it comes to attracting that man that you want in the same finance bracket, it's out the window.
Okay, so are women not allowed to go to like martial arts class? Is that too intimidating for a man?
I mean, the martial arts class is only going to get you so far with a man, okay? I mean, know how to protect yourself. That's important. But the aim is not to fight the man. The aim is to get away from the man, okay? So don't be practicing martial art and actually try and fight the man, okay? So it's only It's only so much it can do, okay? The man is still a man. He's still more physically stronger than you, mentally can endure more pain than you. And that's what really makes men dangerous. Is that men can endure more pain than you unless you kick them in the most sensitive area. But
Oh
generally
yeah, that's the
speaking,
solution.
but
You know what
generally
else is the
speaking,
solution? A gun.
men can endure pain. So fighting a man is not ideal.
Who said we had to physically fight one when we could just shoot him to death? You
No,
know.
don't use that word. Don't
I'm
say
sorry.
that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, what do you want? What do you want me
Oh
to say? I'm
my
gonna have to
goodness
start
me.
asking.
Say unaliving and pew pew.
Pew pew
0
a
to
man.
100. Goodness me.
That's what Drake said. You know what I'm saying? All right, now pause. But pew pew unalive. All right. Would she be considered a female if she bought a pew pew?
I mean, that's crazy. I mean, that is. I'll be honest to me. I would call that very masculine. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I understand why maybe she would do that. I wouldn't call her a fefail, but that would be masculine. Now you have to carry a pew pew on you. I mean, where are you going? What are you doing? That's the question. What are you doing and where are you going? That I could understand a man doing that because men function very differently. Okay, men and men function very differently. So I get why men do it. I don't think women in general understand like men with men. How can I say this? I don't think women understand that men intimidate other men. Like it's just very different. Okay, a man will just want to fight you for looking at him wrong, but he won't really do that with a woman. Do you understand? A man will most likely will fight another man just because of a look, but that doesn't really happen with women. So I get why men will maybe more likely carry a pew pew because being a man is a different reality. But for a woman, I can't see why she would need it. For what? And what is she doing? Where is she going?
Like going shopping?
It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense why she would carry that.
Well, like, what if she wanted to go outside? She can't stay in the house all day. Like, like you said, she can go out in a safe place with other wives and things like that. Or do you just mean like her completely staying inside and inviting other wives open? I mean, that it's still, the wife would still have to come to her place. You know what I'm saying? To come hang out with her, which involves,
I
carrying.
think that's a bit extreme. I don't think wives on a daily need a pew pew. Not on a daily, no. I don't think that's true.
But
That's a
man
bit
can
extreme.
have it, baby.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Being a man is different.
You're right. Okay.
I've heard men say like, I've heard men say that they will just look at you wrong and they want to fight you. They will ask you, are you from this area? Like, men do that things with other men. They don't really do that with women. Like, I've never been to an area and someone's asked me, oh, why are you in the area? But I've heard other guys say, well, when I go to certain areas, they ask me why I'm there.
Okay. What if there's a man that wanted to, take advantage? Like, don't tell me you think it's because of clothes and dressing modest, because that's already been proven false.
I mean, I'm not saying it happens because of that, but I do think that can play a huge part. I do think that can play a huge part. If you're out late, you're dressed a certain way, or you're going certain places, I think you can definitely decrease your chances of that happening. That I do think. I'm not saying it can be completely erased, but you can decrease it. And to say you can't, I think that's being disingenuous.
Dang, I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just trying to see where your head is at with that. Because I
Okay.
mean,
But let me introduce Classy Perspective. Welcome, Classy Perspective. Always good to have you.
Thank you for having me. Do you want me to address the prompt? Hello?
No, you can just join in. It's fine.
Well, I was going to say when she mentioned martial arts earlier, even the martial artists, the male martial artists, will tell you that in a street fight, what they practice in the gym, they can't use in a real street fight. They will get knocked out.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, even I've listened to even Michael Jai White, who's like a 13-time martial artist, UFC. He would tell you I would never use that in a real fight because I would get beat up because you don't have enough time to get your legs and your arms set to do anything before he throws that first punch. Even men tell you not to do that. So just to get a woman to do that to a man in martial arts and him fighting her, you're not even gonna be able to subdue that man no more than 30 to 45 seconds before he grab you and do something. And when it comes to guns, men are very well versed in how many bullets go in what type of
Oh,
gun and
pew
how
pew,
the
please.
kickback and coil kicks. Oh, excuse me, how pew pews, how the coil works and how the kickback. Now, take an imagination if you have a woman with a gun, right? And a man, excuse me, he tries to
Oh, oh.
So I'm so sorry, Classy. The moderator did that. Just re-request. Let me see if I can invite back up. Just re-request. I'm just gonna quickly do the super chats. Just really quickly. Don't forget your point. Thank you, Eric Jordan. Sent $2 US. Fefails, you can't be this dumb. The proof is here. Wise man sent $199 US. Thank you. Timothy sent $2 US. Remnant is the cheek saver. Oh my goodness me. Please don't call me that. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Classy. Just say pew pew, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pew pew.
Okay.
Let's just say hypothetically now, these movies that they show us on television, yes, they have women that can use pew pews very well. But in a situation where a lot of women, even if you're trained, are you able to control your emotions, your nerves? Let's just say you're in the house by yourself, and a guy knows you there, but you can't see him. You go for your gun, and he start knocking on doors or breaking out glass. Are you gonna have your stuff loaded in time to be able to cock it back? What if you
Dang.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
moderator
Classy. The
move?
moderator is strict. Yeah, he keeps saying, he keeps using the pew pew word. TikTok is sensitive. TikTok is very, very sensitive. Before you know it, get violations and bananaed.
Are you doing this content to make money? Because if you are smart. That's all I'm saying. If you're just doing it for the content, just let me know. Just saying.
Go ahead, Classy.
Well, I'll try to use better words this time. What I'm saying when it comes to pew pews, if a person is trying to subdue or cause ruckus, most women don't have the emotional control to be able to get that pew pew loaded up and ready to unload. And if you pull back if you try to pull back to get that sucker loaded, if you do it wrong, you can accidentally pew pew yourself if you don't do it correctly. Are you going to have the emotional control to do that? Most women don't. Some do, but most women don't. Even if you learn how to control a pew pew, a man can get you to let off at least about 6 of those pew pews before you can, be able to unload your next load before he even get to you. And some men are strong enough, even if one of the pew pews connect with any part of his body, he still has the strength to come and grab you before you unload the whole entire pew pew.
Yeah. It's open panel. That's exactly what I was saying. Men, I think a lot of women underestimate a man's strength, especially when it's in a predicament where it's a threatening situation. I think you really underestimate men's strength. I think you think, play fight. I don't know what you think, but a man's strength, I don't think you've actually seen it to that extent. So yeah,
Yes,
you could pew pew him and he's still gonna fight you back. What now?
Yeah, and you got to think about it too. Where you plan on pew pewing the person on the person's body, he still have enough time and seconds to grab a person and do what he needs to do.
LOL, do you have Nina? LOL, do you have anything you want to say to that?
No, honestly, yeah, men are strong. Some are dangerous, That's all I can say.
Obviously, they're not more dangerous than a gun, but yeah,
Pew
biology.
pew,
Yeah.
LOL, pew
Oh,
pew.
no, sorry. Now she got me saying to kick her off again. She
Well,
got me
that's my
saying.
point. That's my point. Do most women have the emotional control to be able to handle the pew pew before the guy gets to them? Is my question.
The guy got a vest?
I'll ask the question again. Can most women handle their own emotions before with controlling a gun? I mean, excuse me, pew pew. I'm trying to get these words right.
Don't take
Because I can tell you right, I can tell you right now, most female police officers don't have emotional control when they pull a pew pew out. That's why a lot of mistakes happen.
or is
Not
it
only to the person
survival?
they're
Yeah,
trying to
but
pew
don't
pew.
mostly male officers like use their weapon on pew pew?
Yeah. We can pull up many cases on that.
Mostly,
Of
majority.
Yeah.
course you can. But when they do studies on most female officers, most of them don't know how to control their emotions when they pull their pew pew. Just I'll give you an example. What happened where there was a female officer, she pulled, instead of pulling out her mace, she pulled out her pew pew and actually demised the person. And
Okay.
he had no weapon on him. He
Okay,
had his
but what
hands
about
out.
all the male officers who do the same thing?
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yes,
There's
yes,
more
yes.
female officers. They've done studies on this, and I know this because my uncles are actually a police chief. I know this.
I
Okay.
don't agree because most of the police brutality is done by male.
No. I didn't say
No, I get what you
brutality.
mean, girl.
I think those
I
are
get
two
what you mean.
different things. I think those are two
Yeah,
different
that's what
things.
I think those are
Because
two different things, but
one
I
is
agree with her.
intentional and one is an accident.
An accident?
Exactly,
That
exactly.
comes from what?
That's what he's talking about. He's talking
We're
about
talking about emotional control.
That's intent. I don't think you can accidentally do that because you're emotional. That's in.
Mm-hmm.
no,
You
Okay.
don't think that you
that's what he's
can't.
literally proving. He's literally proving that it's happened multiple times.
Even through police trainings, they do this with men and women. You have to learn how to control your emotions. You know, when they pull out the dummies, when they do the pew pew practicing, it's to control your emotions because you can wind up hitting the wrong person.
Okay, and what's the percentage on that done?
It's pretty high. It's pretty high when it comes to female police officers.
Well, how high? You might not, if you don't know, not understand. I'm not gonna push you on that.
No. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, I don't know the exact percentage, so you can get me on that. But
Okay.
I'm just telling you what from a family with police officers, I've had these conversations and I've heard them have these conversations. And not only, they're not all men, some of them are women as well, just to let you know.
Why do women
Okay.
have to be
Okay.
cautious
All
then?
right. Let's try and get back to the topic. But I think overall, what they're saying is, it wouldn't be easy for a woman to protect herself, essentially.
I think you guys are going up because on the physical part, the biology, men are stronger, this, that, and the third.
But realistically speaking, if she's 22 and she's Miss Independent, I got my own money, I got my own bag, then she's going to be masculine and it's going to be hard for her to find the man that she wants.
Wouldn't it be hard for a female who doesn't do anything at all? And is just
Exactly. Definitely.
I mean, a man, but this is it. Men are more logical. You know, a man is not, okay, for example, right? A young man is not going to, yeah, he may just try to pursue her, but he knows the likelihood of a young 22-year-old who has money is not going to want him. They know this.
Right, absolutely.
They're not getting upset about it. They're not complaining, oh, why women don't want me. They're not, they're thinking when I get my money, When that's how men think. Men think, well, let me get my money up, and then she'll want me, and that
And
usually
also,
happens.
to add to remnant, her being independent, meaning that she's not looking for a man to provide for her.
Why do you need a man for him to provide for you? Why can't you just want it for like love, companionship? Why does it need to be provide?
Well, usually love and companionship usually builds to something more, right? It
Of
doesn't just stay in
course.
itself. So
Of
you can. So let me tell you this: you can have this, but when it comes to actually living with each other and combining everything together, she's going to have a hard time doing it because she's been doing it by herself.
I don't agree. I think
Okay.
it's your mentality as a woman, like what you allow, like what you're like taught. Like if you're like taught, like raised, like, oh, you're a man supposed to take you out, supposed to do this, he's supposed to pay the bills, he's supposed to do that, whatever. I think that like you can easily step right back out once you get a man that's perfect for you or the right match for
No,
you.
that's
Well, how would you figure out what would be considered as perfect? Because you've been doing it by yourself for a very long time.
Just because you're living alone doesn't mean you're not dating.
Well, we
that's
didn't say
even
anything
worse,
about
though.
dating. We said companionship.
That's
There's a
even
difference
worse.
between dating.
Yeah.
There's a difference between dating and companionship. Of course she can date.
I mean, if she's dating, then she's a community box.
No, she's not. Like, you don't have to have sexual
Oh,
relationships
Well,
to
how are
date.
you supposed
no,
to find
no,
a man?
Why
no,
do you think
no.
you have to have sexual
Say
relationships to date
sexual.
somebody?
Say sexual. Even okay, listen. Even if she's not having sexual relations, how many men is she linking up? And why is it never
Like,
leading?
what if there's
And how,
none?
wait. Let's really think about it, right? How many men is she linking, and why does it never actually end in marriage?
Okay,
Remnant is
you
right.
say you're a princess, right? So
It's
just
just a
think in the
name.
royal castle. If thinking the royal castle, you got multiple suitors lined up for you. How do you feel about that?
You're not supposed to have multiple suitors. If you are in a royal family, okay, when it comes to royal families, they're all arranged, okay? You don't have multiple suitors. They find the suitor for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm saying you pick the one guy that's,
Yeah, you
maybe
pick the
better
one
than the
guy, but
rest.
if you're going on multiple dates, like there's a problem. It's just how many dates do you need to go on to find a man? Like, really ask yourself this.
Is she not vetting?
Hi.
Yes, and I saw you was there. Let me introduce Pampa.
Is she not vetting? Does that not count as vetting?
No, vetting is not dating. Those are two different things. He's not counted. No.
No, vetting out a man
Wait,
during.
who said that? I can't see.
Yeah,
Who
no.
said that?
Vetting and dating is two different things. But let me
Is
just.
that the host?
Yes, I'm speaking. Yes, this is the host speaking. Yes. Yeah, vetting and dating is two different things. Go ahead, Pampa. Please address
Hi.
the prompt.
Okay, I know that you said vetting and dating are different, but host, I think you being mean.
Okay, yeah, I have not even been mean. I mean, the fact
You
that you
can't
even
you
said
Yeah,
can't
that.
you
vet
being.
inside a
But
date.
wait.
Alright,
LOL.
can
Can I
you
tell her
address the
just for a little
prompt?
bit?
Can
Yeah,
you
I got
address
you.
the
I got
prompt?
you.
Okay, so black women are
Be
be
okay,
okay.
please.
Women. Sorry. Be okay. Women glorifying dysfunction. I think you're right, host, but I also think you're being mean.
How am I being mean? Anything go on. How am I being mean? Enlighten me.
Because you're talking from a standpoint of someone who is intellectual, someone who probably has the upbringing in the background, somebody who probably has the knowledge and who has done the work.
Okay, then. So because I'm calling out a fact is mean?
You're calling it out in an antagonistic way. I think that's mean, yes.
No, it's not antagonistic. It's just dysfunctional. BLK females do glorify dysfunction. They do. For example, let's just keep it as simple as wigs. It's very dysfunctional to wear wigs. Very, very dysfunctional.
It's fun and it gives us liberty and it equals the playing field.
How does wigs give BLK females? It's open panel, by the way. How does wigs
I would
give
like to hear
BLK?
this.
Sorry. How
What
does
up?
wigs give BLK?
Wait, who said that? Who said that? LOL?
No. It was classy. So please, how does wigs give BLK females liberation or makes them feel liberated?
Men been wearing wigs since
I'm
centuries. You know what I'm
asking
saying?
Okay.
Pampa, please.
So I'm gonna say, because we are very versatile women, let's go back to the continent. Do all tribes wear their hair the same? They do not. So we
We're not
are
speaking about the
versatile in that
continent.
way.
We're not speaking about the continent. We're speaking about Western society. Now, please tell me, how
But
does it
baby,
liberate them?
but you can't talk about Western society when you talk about BLK women
Yeah, we
without talking
can.
about the
No,
continent.
listen, no,
But you
That's
gotta talk about the
no,
continent.
Pampa,
no,
listen.
that's actually false.
Let- let-
That's actually false.
You know,
But go ahead. I'm sorry.
it's okay, don't worry. I was just gonna say, no, you can, because BLK Fefails don't care about the continent. Even the ones in the UK who are from the continent.
So
They
when
don't.
y'all see us wearing Fulani
When it
braids,
comes
y'all
to,
don't feel no way?
no, hold on. So I don't want to hear about the continent, because you BLK Fefails don't think about the continent when you're twerking. Okay?
But we do when we're wearing Fulani
you don't.
braids.
No, you don't. So please answer my question, because you're struggling to.
Girl, I've always only get
Answer
my hair
my
braided by an African
question,
woman.
please. Answer the question. How does it liberate?
Okay, so if you're gonna be divisive and be mean, I love
I'm not
African
being
people
divisive.
and
You're not
African
answering
culture.
my
So
question.
I'm not.
You're not
But
answering
I'm
my
not gonna
question.
argue with you, babe. I love Africans.
Because
So
you're struggling to answer the question. Just answer the question, Pampa. It's a simple question. You said that it makes them
you
be
don't like
liberated.
my answer. I just answered it. You
How
don't
does
like
it
my
make them feel
answer.
liberated?
I just told you it's a way for us to identify with the motherland. We are versatile.
With
You don't
wigs,
like
right?
that answer.
Okay, so you say,
But we wear braids, and do you say anything about us wearing Fulanis?
yes.
Do you say anything
you can
about
do
us wearing
Fulanis. Let me tell you,
micros?
you can do
About
Fulanis.
cornrows?
Hold on,
Oh,
hold
we
on,
can
hold
do
on.
Fulanis, but we
Hold
can't
on,
do wigs?
no. You can do Falanis with your natural hair. You don't need extensions. You do know that, right? Do you know every hairstyle?
Okay, so just say that you
Hold
don't
on.
like BLK
No.
Americans,
Let me
baby.
tell you what. Okay, so if these wigs are laced with chemicals, okay, lean, lead, metal, that's most likely going to give you smancer. Is that really liberating?
That is an issue that BLK women in
my
America.
question.
Okay, so don't let me answer. You can't tell me how to answer. Drop me if you want me to answer in a specific way, because I'm not a mind
I
reader.
just need you to be just accurate and just
I'm
answer the
trying
question.
to answer, but
Why are you worried about what we got going on in America with wigs when you got bigger
I
fish
can
to
worry
fry?
about whatever I
when you
want
got
to
them,
worry about, okay?
baby, you got
You need to get rid of that bass in your voice. You got too much bass on your voice as a
Worry about
woman.
that.
You need to relax.
Worry about
You
that
got
food.
way too much bass on your
Worry
voice,
about
okay?
that food.
It sounds
Thank
like
you,
it
Gracie.
sounds
you
like
better
an
mute.
Adam Apple
Oh
You
my
dropped.
better
God.
mute me.
Okay?
You better mute.
You sound like you got an
Fucking
Adam's apple. You need to relax.
gorilla bitch.
You need to
Baby, you don't have to
relax,
let
all right?
people answer
You
the
sound like a
question,
man.
girl.
Okay?
Worry about that.
No. You need to
Worry
worry
about
about your
that.
Adam's apple.
Funny.
Worry about your Adam's apple. That's what you need to worry
You
about.
got
You sound like your balls have
contaminated
dropped.
people.
That's what you sound
Worry
like. You
about that
sound
crew.
like you woke up one day
Worry about
and
that
your
crew.
balls dropped. And now
Worry about that
now
foo-foo.
you realize you
Alrighty,
stand up
bye,
pissing.
guys. See you
That's what you
later.
sound
Worry about that
like.
contaminated.
I'm worried.
Bye.
Worry about that
worried that you woke up as a man. Okay?
Alpha.
Got way too
Girl,
much.
shut the-
You got way too much bass in your
Shut the
I
voice.
just
fuck up.
Okay?
wanted to say that
You got way too much
a lot of
bass.
races
Way too
are
much bass.
bitch.
Okay?
like
When did your
not
balls
racist,
drop,
just
Halo? When
You
did
not
your balls
UK.
drop?
A
When
funky
did your
African.
balls
But
drop?
host, you are
When
being a
did
little
your balls
inappropriate,
drop?
my
You
love.
dropped out
When
of
did
Africa.
your balls drop?
Man, she's
When you dropped
When
out of
did
inappropriate.
your
Africa,
balls drop?
God, you
Answer
an
my
African.
question
Can you drop
first.
me? I don't want to
Fake-ass
drop
British.
your
All right
ass.
then. See you
A
later.
fake
Until you figure out why you got so much bass on your voice, you can come back
a
and talk
lot
to
of
me.
other races add extensions to their hair. Like a lot of other races do tape-ins, sew-ins all the time. Like I've done them on white tee people.
Okay, but that's not the majority?
No, you would be surprised.
No,
Like
it's not the
most of the
majority.
nurses,
It's not
no,
the
most of the
majority.
nurses that I work with all have extensions.
Do you know
It's
that
like it's not that
BLK
serious.
Fefails? Do you know that BLK Fefails have the highest are the highest women to consume
weave, yes,
hair?
of course, I agree.
That's
We
the
do.
point. That's the point. You see, that's the point.
But why is that
They
such
are.
a
Stop that
like, why is
motherfucking
that
Ebola.
Look at this Adam Apple again.
Worry about that
Why Why don't you worry about your nutsack hanging? Huh? Why don't you worry about your nutsack? Why are you swinging it everywhere for all of us to hear? Huh? What's going on? What's going on? I know your mother and father's ashamed of you. They wanted a son, but they got you instead. I know your father wanted a son and got you instead. I know they wished they had a son.
Wait, let her speak.
Order.
I just
They just come
have
out
to say,
triggered.
But you never let me finish talking, though.
I just
And
have
as
to say,
someone
you
who
guys,
has dated a man from the Benin tribe of Nigeria, I'm very disappointed in your behavior.
Oh my goodness me, please. No one listen. We're not in Benin,
I'm
okay?
just
We're
saying,
Western
baby. I'm
society.
just saying, y'all wear weave too, though. Y'all
Okay,
do.
I could admit that we some black
Say be
BLK
okay.
No, a lot
women
of y'all
are
wear weave.
afraid,
The
are
ones
like,
that are
But
puffy wear
what you females don't want to admit, okay? What you don't want to admit.
Don't call me baby.
Listen,
Hey,
don't-
I got names too, my girl. I'm not no
Listen.
host. I'm gonna be respectful, host, but I have names for you too.
Yeah, then
so
call
don't
me them
do
names.
that.
I don't care, please.
But I'm saying I don't believe in that because I love African culture.
Okay,
so
hold
don't
on,
do
hold
that,
on. Listen.
Don't
listen.
do that. Is
African
what I'm
culture has
saying.
nothing
Don't
to
do
do.
that.
Say AF.
Yes, it does.
Hey, hold
I have
on.
respect.
Hold
I have
on,
respect.
hold
Don't
on,
do
hold
that.
on, hold on, hold
what
on.
does this have to do with African culture?
This is say AF, please.
Why
this
is she
is what
calling me a name though?
this is what you
What did she
females.
say?
Females. You don't like the word female. This is what you females do, right? Because you have every excuse to wear chemicals on your head. This is why I say dysfunctional. Do you get it? It's very
And you
dysfunctional.
have every excuse to bleach your
Hold
skin
on, let me
and to allow
hold on,
men
let
to
me land,
RA
let me
grape
pamper,
younger women.
pamper. Now you want to talk about grapists. This is what I'm saying. You females are
But
so
you bleach
illogical. I'm talking about
you
weaves
bleach
and
your
you're talking about grape.
you bleach your skin.
Yes,
bleach.
that's why they're dysfunctional. Duh, you're proving my point. You're proving my point.
Y'all bleach.
You're proving my point.
Y'all
BLK
literally
females are
bathe in
dysfunctional.
freaking.
You're proving my point, though.
Okay.
Like, what are you talking about?
That's an African trait, baby.
You're
we like
proving
being
my
dark over
point.
here.
Pamper.
But we like being
you're
dark
proving
in
my
America.
point. But you're proving my point.
Not y'all bleach
you're
in
proving my
Africa.
point.
Bald-headed as fuck talking
Oh
about
my
weed.
goodness me! Who let this Adam Apple back up?
Pepper.
Are you African?
Why do you sound like you're
Y'all literally
shit,
bleach.
bitch.
Y'all bleach and y'all marry men that y'all don't love
do you
so you can
sound
have
like
a
a
chance at a good
man?
life.
Bitch,
You marry men that you
when you
don't
was
love
born,
so you
did
can
they
have a
lie and
chance at a
say
good
you was a
life.
woman? Is that what happened? What's going on? What is going on, Halo? This is why BLK females are the least dysfunctional. Half of you are not even women. Half of you aren't women. Don't talk like women. Don't act like women. You're acting like a man. You sound like a man. Where's your wife? Where's your wife? It sounds like you're the one that bend the chicks over.
Girl, why you keep inviting her back?
I did not invite her up. Okay, the moderator is doing that. She keeps
it's working.
She keeps requesting back up.
Okay, she bringing your views up though, so it's kind of working if you think about it.
I have a question. Does this prove? Does all of this disprove her point?
No. I'm not dealing with this man again. Please. I'm not doing that.
Well, I think Remedy. Is it fair to
we're
say
not dealing
that,
with you. We're not dealing with you. Okay, go find go find your woman somewhere else. All right. Halo, you're obsessed with me.
Keep her on. You should keep her on, low key. Keep her.
No, she's not gonna have a logical conversation. She's just gonna crash out.
Anyway, back to what you were talking about the hair.
A pamper dropped.
Yeah,
but
insecurity. The insecurity about the hair happens to some BLK women, but some it's just to protect your hair. It's like that's also a reason as well.
No, it isn't.
It really is. Like,
No, it isn't
it
because I've been
really
to other
is. Like, I
countries.
just got a silk press
Madam,
and
I've been to
I don't want my
African
hair to be heat
countries.
damaged, so why would I
I've
do
been
that?
to African countries. They don't need protection by putting a wig on their head, and they're just as black as us.
No, there's
Please
other
stop.
Be
styles
okay,
though. Like,
please.
what if you want to straighten your hair? Are you gonna like?
No, you
I don't want
don't.
to.
No, that's. Let
Don't
me
you
tell you
guys get
something.
don't
Sorry.
I was
Go
no,
on.
I was just gonna say, isn't there like fungus that grows underneath these wigs? Like it
Oh,
actually
what are
gets
you
really
talking about? Okay,
nasty.
what do you think
Um,
about George Washington and them wearing wigs? What y'all think
Yeah,
about that?
exactly the same thing. It's nasty. It
Oh,
makes
I
okay.
no
don't agree.
sense.
I do a lot of things to my hair. It doesn't have anything to do with me like not liking it. I actually love my curly hair. I'm not
Yeah,
insecure about it.
but
And a lot of
having extensions and weaves is not how you protect your hair.
Okay, so this applies to all
That's not a
women, right? Not
protective.
just be okay.
The BOK Fefails are the queens of wearing wigs and extensions. Okay,
Oh God.
let's be for
Who
real.
made wigs first?
Let's be real. Doesn't matter who made it. Who is thriving in it right now? Who
Right.
loves wearing wigs
Accountable
right
for
now?
wearing wigs or for creating wigs. They should be held accountable.
what's wrong with wearing wigs though? Like, who cares really? Like,
It's very dysfunctional. The reality is
Well, I have a
BOK
question.
to be diverse
Fefails.
is dysfunctional. What if today I want to wear my natural clothes?
Dysfunctional.
Tomorrow
Let me
I
tell you
want to wear
something.
a wig.
It's dysfunctional because it's tied to a lot of sickness and illnesses that BOK females are dealing with. It even affects
really
their
is.
fertility rates. I don't think you females. They say that a lot of your products and your hair are not regulated like other nations. For example, YT women's extensions, even extensions that they do wear, the hair products that they have, it's regulated. So when you're putting all these wigs and weaves on, no one's regulating it for you. So you are just willingly making yourself sick to look like a YT woman.
Okay, but the same sewing a YT woman would get in a BLK woman, there's the same hair. It's not going to be different. If her hair is regulated, then my
YT
hair.
woman is not getting Brazilian weave. Okay. YT women are getting Brazilian weave. What are you talking about? YT women are getting them silly clip-ins that they get from their salons. They're not getting
Trust me.
YT women are not getting
sew-in
Brazilian.
tracks sewed in their
Yeah,
hair
but majority
as
are
well.
not. Majority are not.
Tape-ins, yes.
They're not.
Yeah, I agree,
higher
Rems.
class, yes. Trust me,
Majority
you would be
aren't,
surprised.
but when they do the clip-ins, like it pulls out your hair and it makes your hair so thin and nasty. So like I don't even think that clip-in extensions are it either. Like why don't we just learn to love ourselves for the way that we are and we teach our daughters the same? Why is that difficult to understand?
You can still do that, but you just want some long hair today. You don't love yourself. Has nothing to do. What if I love both versions?
Well, I blame BOK rapper men for encouraging BBLs, wigs, and things like that. If y'all want a wife, I'm gonna need
I
y'all
want
to
to have a
do better.
conversation. Can I have a conversation?
Yes.
Okay, just
Please.
wait. Just wait, Halo. Just wait.
What I was gonna say is that nobody can make you do anything. You make that choice.
You can, but there's
Of
people who are
course.
mentally weak. You can't control that.
I
That
agree.
What if the
means
choice
mentally
is you
control
want to
on
do
the
that?
person.
Well,
Can
the
I say
choice is
something real quick?
Hold on, Halo.
What I'm saying, what I'm witnessing right now is you caping for white tea women, but you
Say
want to downplay
YT.
black
Okay,
American women.
hold on, Halo.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on,
want to
Halo.
downplay white because
Halo,
y'all love the white tea
let
man.
people finish speaking and I'll introduce you, okay?
I have a question. I want to answer that question. Why are black people so worried about white teeth?
Say be okay, please. Be okay.
BLT,
What? Are you crazy? No,
What?
absolutely not.
But we're so wait.
Why?
hold on.
But
Hold on.
here's why I asked that question. We should be more concerned about us than them. What are they doing to
Man,
us
y'all
right
sound
now?
dumb as hell. The conversation
White
came
tea
up
people
about
do
the
a
white
lot
tea
to us.
woman.
What are you talking
What are
So
they?
you compared us
What
to
are
the
they
white.
doing? What are
You
they
compared
doing?
us to the white tea woman when it came to weed.
Okay. Halo,
So don't act
okay.
like you ain't know the conversation.
Okay. Halo, what's the question?
Yeah.
Okay, this is my thing. I'm trying to figure out, ma'am, what is your ethnicity? Now, I'm not talking about the British. I'm talking about, are you from Africa?
That's none of your business.
Yeah, good question.
Okay, yeah, you British. Ain't no
Well, I am British.
Aboriginal.
I do sound
British,
it. Duh.
right?
I mean, like, it's
Therefore, you're
common.
an
It's not.
immigrant in a UK country,
Okay,
right? So
wow. You
you
figured
worried
me
about us
out.
wearing wigs, and you worried about us wearing wigs, and y'all over there with that foo virus.
Okay.
Y'all is the reason why the virus on the cruise ship Got everybody stuck on the cruise shit, right?
Really?
You had that foo virus. Yeah.
And guess what,
I mean, I can
Halo?
name Ebola. You over here worrying about us and you got Ebola fingers.
And guess what, Halo?
What
You're
the
proving me.
Right. You over here worrying about us and you got bigger fish to fry in your own country.
Guess what,
A
Halo?
wig, okay, y'all rocking the Roblox wigs.
Guess what, Halo?
Oh my
You're
God.
proving me.
Goat
Wait,
wigs.
guys, wait. But
They
Halo,
So what we talking about?
hold on, Halo.
You had them black wigs on.
You're proving
Let's
me
be for
right,
real here.
though. Halo, you're proving me right. BLK
Y'all,
Fefails
I can pull up
are
plenty. I'll never
dysfunctional.
see y'all wearing y'all real
But
hair.
you're
All the
proving
music
me
videos.
right. I'm not gonna
I see
argue
y'all.
with
I
that.
always see y'all. Hold on, my man called me.
Oh goodness me! You
Yeah,
sure it's not your woman?
answer that. I was gonna say answer
Yeah,
that
I was
because
going
you
to
came
wait.
up
I just want
here
to say
saying
something.
you
Hold
want.
on. See, this is how I know a lot of you BLK Fefails, no offense, from the US are a bit dumb.
You be okay? Why you? Come on, man.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
be like that.
I'm just being real. I'm speaking because everything she's saying actually proves me right. She's telling me about all the dysfunction that BLK Fefails do in the UK. Like, that's why I put BLK women glorify dysfunction. I know this. So when you come on and say, well, BLK Fefails from the UK or this that, I know. Why do you think I created this prompt? Duh, I know that. Yeah, but they are though. BLK Fefails in the UK, the same one from the continent, the same one from the West Indies, are just as degenerate as you guys in the US. No different. The highest STDs, the highest obesity, the highest single mom rate.
She's right.
What would you
Wait,
think?
can I just
So
ask,
when
like, are you-
wait.
can
So
I
when
just
wait,
ask,
I'm
are you a black
speaking. I'm
woman?
speaking. Okay, I'm speaking. So when you females come on here and tell me this, I know this. They have the highest bleaching rate. That's why this prompt exists. You BLK females globally are degenerate. Globally,
Is this a white woman? I'm confused. Is she white too?
You're internationally failures. Let's really clock that.
Don't group us in with you motherfuckers. No, you are.
We're gonna group it all in.
You played your motherfuckers.
No.
We
Internationally failures.
Don't group us in there. You a
Internationally
failure.
failures. Internationally failures.
Baby,
No
we
one's
fall.
marrying you in the US
We never
either.
ran.
Okay?
Oh,
Men are
group
pumping
us in
and
with
dumping
you.
you in the US as well. Listen, you're all a bunch of baby mamas.
We not the
They don't
same.
want
You-
you in the UK. They don't want you in
flag.
Canada.
Wait,
They don't
hold
want you
on.
anywhere. They don't want you in
You're not a
France.
UK.
Nobody wants a
You're
BLK
not from-
female anywhere. Especially one like you, Halo.
You flagged your land.
Especially one like you.
No, you
your man
failed.
is only there to clap your
You're
cheeks.
African.
That's why you're not a wife. You're just another degenerate
like you-
bending over.
not
That's
UK.
what that is. That's
You're-
why you're angry.
And we're
Do
not
you know
the-
BLK females are also the most aggressive? Like
we're not the same.
you. Just like
Get
you. You are a
aggressive.
great example of my prompt, okay? It
Get
should really
aggressive.
be your face on my prompt.
So
When
you
I
can
open
fight-
the dictionary and
Get
I
like
see
me, so you-
BLK females glorify dysfunction, it should
You
be your
better be-
face. It should be
I will
your
read you.
face.
Wait, host. I know this may be a personal question, but like, I would hope you were a person of color.
I
and not
am,
just-
duh.
Okay.
Okay, so
That's really all. I just wanted
And
to
I'll
make.
be honest with you. It wouldn't even matter because every other nation looks at us like that. Every other nation looks at BLK females like dysfunctional human beings. Okay?
That is true.
Let's be honest. You guys want to act like nobody sees it. Like, oh my God, it's only us. No, everyone looks at you like degenerates. Like, get a grip. You ain't special. You're a bunch of losers in society. I'm not even gonna lie. BLK females are internationally taking L's. They're not winning anywhere. Not in any continent, not in any continent, not in any island. Nowhere. You're taking L's globally.
okay. How do you think attacking women instead of encouraging them to do better would
Attacking,
reflect?
I'm not.
Right. What can we do to stop this? What can we do to raise ourselves up?
Wait. No one's attacking nobody. Okay.
Femfale is an attack. I can understand you're an angry woman, like the rest of us probably are, but yeah, you are an angry woman.
I'm not angry.
yeah,
Hold
well,
on, hold on. It's interesting that I was just having a calm conversation, and then when someone comes on my live and is aggressive to me, I'm supposed to just sit back and take it? Like you guys take the D?
Whoa, I don't take no.
Whoa, Ray, like, I don't
Now
know.
you're
What's she
shocked.
talking about?
Oh, now you're
Damn.
shocked. You don't know what taking the D is
Yeah,
anymore. Hold on.
What happened
Listen,
to
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, yeah? I get aggressive females like Halo all the time. And I'm gonna match energy. It is what it is.
What about us? You calling us a femfale? You think we would take that lightly?
What,
See how
females? You mean females?
Well, yeah, well, okay. Well,
I mean,
yeah,
if it doesn't apply, let it fly. Do you know how many?
You're right,
Do you know
though.
how many females call me a pick me? Oh, you'll pick me. Oh, I don't care. Okay. Shoot.
Okay, my question is, why did you react like that when she called you a bowl of fingers? Does that apply to you?
It applies to BOK females. Yes, it does. I said that.
Okay. All right. Hold up.
I matched her energy because she just came crashing out on my live. So I'm letting her know you are the degenerate I'm talking about. But I'm not going to get upset because she's telling me that BOK females are failing internationally. Like, it says BOK women glorify dysfunction, prove me wrong. So if someone from the US comes on my live and says, well, you BLK women in the continent are failing, I mean, that's what it says on my prompt. What you want me to do? Argue with you about that? I mean, thank you. You're telling me the truth. You're not helping the case.
Okay, so you're
I mean,
mad
it's like
because
really
women are
obvious. Pardon?
due to the statistics, right?
Pardon?
You feel you have to feel some type of resentment or anger just because the statistics say the majority of black women and be okay women and you're a part of it, and it makes you look bad, right?
I mean, as a collective, yes, I understand that people are gonna perceive me as a degenerate because a lot of you BOK females are. Like, it is what it is. That's what happens when majority of BOK females are a bunch of single moms, have the highest STD rate, have the highest AB. Like, no one's going to actually view BOK women as women anymore. Now, would I say it makes me angry? I wouldn't say
Of course, it definitely should. It should.
It should make you angry.
No, it doesn't make me angry because I believe in separation. I don't believe in trying to help these females. I don't believe in trying to mentor them. It's been decades. Okay, there are women that have came and gone trying to help you be okay, females. Okay, it is not my job to do that. So I'm not angry. I've accepted that this is who you are. And really, people need to separate themselves from you BOK females. You need to stop having children, stop getting married, and just do what you do best and be in the streets. I'm not angry about it.
Wait, so you think nobody should marry you as a BOK woman? That's what you're saying? And separate themselves from you?
I mean, if I'm part of the problem, then yeah. If I'm the problem, then separate. Yeah. You think I'm
okay? But what about
inconsistent? I'm not inconsistent like you,
BOK men? Why can't they be with dysfunctional BOK women?
They actually are.
Okay, then that's fine. They can be together. Doesn't mean that somebody's because they're BOK, that means they're in that category. Of course not.
That's what Classy said is actually very true. They are with them, but it still doesn't change the fact that BOK people who aren't dysfunctional, who are traditional, should separate themselves. Because you let dysfunctional people be dysfunctional, at some point they're just going to do what dysfunctional people do and disappear one day. And at some point you're just going to be dysfunctional until your own demise. And the people
happens is,
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
no, go again.
And what happens is dysfunction is going to breed more dysfunction, and it's going to have a problem within that community that isn't dysfunction.
I don't agree with the dysfunction. I'm not gonna repeat myself. I don't agree with that. I just don't like how y'all go on about it.
Well,
I
you
can't.
don't like what's being said, but you haven't explained why I was
No,
wrong.
I said I can agree. I can agree with you to an extent. Like I agreed with Boy Wonder to an extent. There's just things I cannot fully agree with yet,
And
or just
that's
at all.
fine. And that's fine. But could you tell us what is it why you don't agree with it?
Okay, let me just introduce a new panelist, and then Classy, you can ask the question again. Okay, so Inspector, I know you've been here. Do you want to I'm going to introduce to be a real woman and American, and Inspector, you can just jump in. Okay,
Okay,
actually, I'm going to
so
to be a lady, welcome. Can you
hi,
please
hi
address the
guys.
prompt?
Yeah, okay, so
Keep it
I've been
brief.
listening. Yeah, so I've been listening for a little while, and when you say this dysfunction, like what are you like saying? Which parts are dysfunctional? Because I am BLK, and I do a lot of things to help my younger Black women. I teach etiquette and manners, so I want to like hear like what do you mean like by dysfunction? Like what are the things that you are saying that's dysfunctional that Black women are doing?
Be okay, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, be okay. Like what's the dysfunction that we are doing?
Okay, so for
So I can like
example,
use that to like, to help the young girls do better, if that makes any sense.
obesity rates, both in the UK and the US, they have the highest obesity rate, have the highest STD rate, have the highest AB rate, have the highest single mom rate, have the highest divorce rates. I mean, the list goes on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the highest consumer rates for wigs and extensions. It's just a mess everywhere, to be quite
Okay.
frank.
So, quick
Okay.
question: you do
No,
know
hold
Black
on.
women are
LOL.
Cuz
LOL is a new panelist. You just have to be patient.
yeah, cuz my thing is like I hear what you're saying, and I also hear what a lot of the other BLK women are saying on the panel as well. It just sounds like an attack to Black women,
Be okay.
oh, I'm sorry. It's just an attack to BLK women, as opposed to other women, which I understand is focused on us, but I think that obviously we do have to do a lot better, and I think that like we do have to work together to kind of fix the reputation that we have, because it's one of those things where it's like I do what I have to do as a BLK woman, but it's like it takes a collective group of all of us to do the right thing. So that way we're not perceived in this kind of light. But I also see like, how BLK women can take offense to it. Like if they want to wear wigs, me personally, I don't really think that it's healthy for us to wear wigs, but if you want to, is, freedom of choice. We live in America and it's free will for us. So it's one of those things where it's like, some things we can fix, some things is by choice. So it's just one of those things where I like to kind of go on different lives to learn more about our community so I can try and fix it, so to speak, by teaching the younger generation. So that way we can kind of like have a better reputation in society, if that makes sense.
It
Okay,
makes perfect sense.
it's open panel, but I never understand why people say it's attacking when it's just truth.
Well, it's not attacking, but it's more so like for example, before I started my business, I was kind of like you. I was kind of like, oh, look at this girl. She's eating her food. She has her legs wide open with her little skirt on, hunched over. And I was being a mean girl. So then I thought to myself, well, let me help her.
What?
Yeah. And
I'm a
she was
little
a
bit
white girl
Like,
in
confused.
how
Beverly.
is
No,
that?
What?
she
How is
was.
that being a mean
Exactly.
girl?
What is
She
That's
was she
confusing.
was she was a white girl in Beverly Hills. It
YT,
was me and
please?
a white tea girl. It was me and my best friend leaving church, and yeah, we were just kind of like, she has no manners. She doesn't know how to eat properly. So then I thought to myself, me personally, I thought I was being mean. In my heart, I thought it was being mean. So I said, well, let me start a business where I can help. So just in case she doesn't know, because sometimes people just don't know. They just don't know the right way. They just don't know. No one
Well,
taught
to,
them.
well, to be a lady, let me answer that question. Well,
Yeah.
your scenario for one is a whole lot different than what Remen is talking about.
Okay.
You saw a person
Yeah.
versus what's actually happened in our communities. Now, the problem, what I do agree with you on, is the fact that you do have a lot of dysfunction based on the fact that there's a lot of people that doesn't have the mental navigation to navigate through life.
Yeah.
And when they don't have that, it breeds more problems.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
where Remnant is getting from. She's not
Okay.
saying that you or maybe the other ladies online are being dysfunctional, opposite of the lady that was screaming and yelling. What she is saying is that
He was
we all,
funny.
even if it was funny, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, I'm American. We've
hmm
seen this in America.
Yes, absolutely.
The stuff that we've been seeing is dysfunctional. Now,
Absolutely.
are the men part of it? Absolutely. But at the same time, you have some women that don't know how to vet and choose men, so they get pregnant by dumb men. And then when things
Yes.
go wrong, they'll project that on 29 other million black men that don't know them.
Right. Right. And I agree. And that's why I think that it's important for young women to choose marriage first. So that way you're not stuck in a predicament where you have, a child without a father. So I'm trying to teach my young girls. It's a lot, but one step at a time. So that's
No.
why I like to
It's
go on these
condoned.
lives.
That's
Hmm?
good. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank
I'm
you.
not
I'm
saying don't do
trying.
that, but at
Yeah.
the same time, like I say, we're also talking about, when we're talking about situations, like you'll have some females in our community, they'll get upset for black men who don't have kids, don't want to be with them. There is
Yeah.
a reason behind all of that. They have
Mm.
to deal with the men, and if y'all become a family, he is going to have to take on the responsibilities that the other man didn't do. But he got it for free. The other man that you want has to work twice as hard.
I see. Okay. That makes sense. Because I'm not a man, I didn't think of it that way. But that makes sense. That's kind of not fair for that man.
Okay,
I
let
don't
me
think
introduce.
they.
Sorry, LOL. Let me introduce Boy Wonder, and then we can go back to open panel.
All right.
Boy Wonder, are you there?
You taking this?
Yo, thanks for letting me up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, BLK women do glorify dysfunction. You see it in the culture, really. All you have to really do these days is pay attention to where people put their attention. Because, anywhere you put your attention in life, that's sort of where you give life. And that's like a physical representation or manifestation of what's happening on the inner level of consciousness of us human beings. So we glorify dysfunction. If we didn't, we wouldn't have dysfunctional leaders. We wouldn't have billionaire, millionaire, dysfunctional celebrities who come from our community, who by large represent us and misrepresent us. So, the proof is in the pudding. I'll land there.
And that change is a thing. You can pick a completely perfect man over time. There's men who are in perfect marriages and mess it up for whatever reason. We're not going to fully blame the women in there. I think y'all need to realize that this is reality. We are human. We aren't perfect. There ain't no perfect marriage. There ain't no perfect nothing. So,
But I think with marriage, not to cut you off, but with marriage comes respect. So when you get married, society as a whole respects you a lot more than when you're a single mother or a single father. That's just the truth. That's the difference.
okay,
That's why it's so important to be married, because it comes with respect and the law.
marriage comes with definitely a contract. I mean,
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not a contract, but it comes with respect. So, for example, if you are having children without being married, society looks down upon you. That's just the facts. Versus someone who's married with children, they're more respected in society as a whole.
Okay, so are you getting married to be respected by other people or to be respected by your partner? It sounds like
Obviously, yeah, no, obviously I'm going to love the person I marry, number one. But number two, yes, I would love to be respected than not respected. Absolutely.
Can I be honest with you? I mean, getting married for love is always important. But what I also find with other nations is not all of them get married for love. A lot of them get married to continue legacies. A lot of them get married to have certain principles and discipline being passed down to their children. I think a lot of other nations get married for much more bigger purposes than just love. You know, they understand that marriage is not just about two people just loving each other, but two people building together. Two people actually creating something or creating communities, creating the next generation. It's far more big. It's far more bigger for them. So love is just like it's like level one.
Yeah, of
I
course.
agree.
And it's a union, you know. But what I wanted to add to what LOL was saying, Rems, is, you know, I'd give you the fact that, you know, men change, because I heard you give that example. But when you talk about the men that are really good and then all of a sudden become really bad, you're talking about a very small minority of men. This is not how the majority of men move, right? Usually you can tell a man's intentions very early on by the way that he moves. And, you know, and that's why I've never understood why today the majority of women are just making poor choices and looking for an excuse. And I believe that example that you gave is an excuse.
No, I definitely don't think it's an excuse. I would say one of the answers is the media influence. Could be part of the whole.
But that's not a good reason, LOL. The media should not influence your life.
Well, they do. That's reality.
Your life is no, but it shouldn't be. Your life is so like critical. You should never let the media affect your decisions. That's not very good. That's actually pretty dangerous, to be
I'm not
honest.
saying that it's affecting y'all have to look that it's actually happening. That is one of the root causes for the lack of marriages, maybe in BLK community, is the influence. I'm not saying I'm being influenced by the media, but I'm saying that's definitely a huge problem. How do you?
So you're saying the media is perpetuating for women and men to not be married?
Definitely romanticize toxic behaviors. Like this one, for example, I mean, no, this is an example. I just wanted to ask a question to Princess. I don't see how, as much as you want to see it as truth,
Yeah.
how can you not see calling black BLK women Fefails as what is it again?
Fefails.
Fefails as a toxic cycle to the same dysfunction you're complaining about right now.
I mean, Fefails has no color to it. Anyone could be a
But
Fefail.
you're targeting BLK women.
Yeah, but Fefails doesn't just describe BLK women. It describes modern mentality.
On BLK women, right? Is this not what this topic is about?
Yes, but if a YT woman came up, I'll call her a FIFA as well if she says something that was degenerate. So when I say the word FIFA, it is not labeled for BLK women. It's labeled for modern mentality, which could be any nation.
Yeah, I could say it's still very toxic in a way, like max.
Yeah, you can call it toxic. You know, it is what it is. I'll be honest with you. Like I said, I'm not here to mentor. I'm not a teacher. I'm not your mother. I'm not your father. I am a remnant princess who does content and debate with you Fefails, and I like to have a conversational debate with your degenerate ideologies. You know,
But this,
I don't ideology. I think
I've
you and Boy Wonder have
I've
resentment.
no,
That's
it's
but
not.
this is
It's
this
not.
is
It's not.
this is the thing.
It's not resentment. It's crazy that you would. I'm so sorry, boy. One. It's just interesting that you say that because I'm a woman
It
talking
is
to.
interesting.
I'm a woman talking to other women, right?
Mm.
And it's like you will say, "Oh, that's weird," but it's not weird. It's actually very normal. It's actually very normal that I
I got a
80
question.
I 80% of the time talk to other women about what other women do. That's actually very normal. Okay, that's what women actually do. Women like to have a good old chin wag about what women do. But because I oppose what majority of you females do, I'm the toxic one. I'm the problem. When I'm doing it so rare, it's unusual, but it's not. It's normal.
I
So
got a
stop
question.
making it bigger than what it is. You just don't like what I'm saying.
Bigger
I
than
got
it is.
I got a question. LOL.
Yeah.
Thank you, Inspector. My question is to you, right? You say that me using the word "fefail" is resent, right? So let me ask you a question, because you've been in my live streams and you've been on the panel with me. Would you say that when you've heard me call men simps and beta and cucks and feminine and all of these things, would you say that I have resentment for them as well?
No, I don't think it has the same definition as a female.
Oh, well, that would be incorrect, because to call a man a simp, it is actually worse than a female, because you have failed to be a masculine man. And it doesn't end there. It also means that you seek validation from women. You're lacking in your manhood. You're lacking in experience and overall loads of lack. So it's actually a worse word, because simp also speaks to the lack of sexual experience. So how could those two equate?
A simp isn't a bad thing to be as a man.
Are you
Just
sure
saying.
about that?
No, it is. No, it is.
I don't think so.
I think we can hear
You're
the
not a man. I'm
disingenuous.
sorry.
Are we making up our own definitions now?
You
Is that
wouldn't
what's
even want
happening?
to be the simp. Let's please,
No,
okay?
Gina?
please
I don't know
don't.
why you
No.
females lie. If you wanted a simp, you would have been married by now.
That's so funny.
Why wouldn't you want your man to simp for you? I don't understand that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, what's wrong with us?
Because
No.
That's not
Hold
the
on.
I don't wanna
definition.
walk all over I
Let
don't
me
wanna
answer that
walk all
question.
over my husband. It's really quite simple. He's ahead of me. It's not I mean, what?
Good point, Inspector. Go ahead.
Like what are we even talking about here? You know, I don't if you know, see the problem is a lot of females today, you guys are just looking for somebody to stick it in. That's all you're concerned
Thank
about
you,
because
Yemen.
you think with your downstairs. You don't think with your brain.
Okay, I can see that y'all are offended because we're going back to the whole female thing.
No, see, the truth hurts you. Why is it bothering you?
Because I
Why
can't
does it
relate to that,
upset
ma'am.
you?
I can't relate to that. I'm not spreading my legs.
Is it hard
Me
for
too.
you to
I
hold
can't
other
relate to
women
that shit
accountable?
either.
I understand it's hard for most of you two, but I mean, I thought I'd give it a shot.
LOL.
Okay,
You're
well,
LOL. You're making this personal. You're making this way
how
too
so?
personal.
How so?
Because if you hear what you're saying, well, it's just the way that I feel. You got to take your feelings out of it and look at how reality
The
is.
way that I feel, I said that I can't relate.
And that's fine. None of us can't relate to that, but we see it and we know people like this.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we don't think this is toxic femininity in the way.
Okay,
Females.
well, okay, in fairness, LOL, explain the toxic femininity that you heard tonight. Because let me ask you a question
Are we
before you
serious?
yeah, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question right quick. I, as a black man, and I'm from America, do you think a woman weighing more than a man is not a failure?
One more time. I'm sorry, you cut out.
Do you think a woman weighing more than a man is not considered a failure to that woman?
So we're talking about weight now.
Let me ask, that's part of my question. It's a yes or no question.
Depends how you view it.
Wait, can you
You see,
repeat that question?
the question I was trying to get at, since in our community, the obese, our women weigh more than us men. That's just a fact. I work in the medical field. With her being big as her man, would you not see that as a failure amongst herself? I'm not
No.
saying a person that's naturally big. I'm just talking about a person that just gained a lot of weight.
Like in a short period of time, you're saying like maybe like fell off or something they were doing?
Well, I'm just saying by nature, women should not weigh more than their men.
I don't agree.
Okay, all right. Tell me why.
Like if so, like for example, like if you're with someone who's like a like really slim, like your man's really slim, and you're like a little thicker, you know. I think that's for most men. Like now, it's kind of ideal. Not. I'm just saying that's what I've observed.
Just so, do you think women should be naturally bigger than their men?
Yeah. Not. I'm
Oh
not gonna say. I
boy.
think it depends, but I think men prefer their a female or woman to be like more like thicker, curvier than them. I just personally what I observed.
How many men have you
Yeah,
talked to and asked
only in
that
the bedroom.
question?
Why do you say that only in the bedroom? I don't know.
I'm
I
gonna
just feel
be
like that's just personally
yeah.
I'm
I'm so
engaged,
sorry,
so I
Classy.
don't
Go
really
ahead.
need
Sorry,
to.
go ahead, Classy. That was a good
I'm
question.
gonna say I don't know to that question. I don't know. I don't have like a standard for people who
Well,
are plus size. I don't
well,
really
well,
know.
well.
I'm sorry.
To see how y'all narrowing this down, I asked a simple question: should a woman be naturally bigger than their men?
And I'm saying I don't know if I have a standard on how women should look in that
The answer
perspective.
is no, because black women back in the 50s and the 60s and 70s were smaller than their men.
And
I think that's the problem.
no, that's not a problem. And it's funny. The reason why. Let's be honest, right? Men only want curvy, BLK women to clap her cheeks.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
problem.
Yeah. So he's not looking for that as a wife, because once she has a baby, she is going to be humongous after. If she's already curvy, she's not getting smaller when she pops out that child. Just saying. She's not getting smaller. She's getting bigger. Now, the reason why I speak about weight is because BLK Fefails have the highest obesity rate in the UK and in the US. Do you know what size obesity is?
Say it. Go ahead.
12 and up.
It's 16 plus.
Okay.
Okay, so do you think that's functional or dysfunctional to be that fat?
I think, well, yeah, I think women looking small and petite is a very, I would say it makes them look more vulnerable.
No, that's
In
not
my
what
opinion.
I asked. I asked,
Okay.
is it functional
Well,
to be that fat?
is it functional to be that small?
No, that's not my question. Let's not be delusional. My question is, BLK females have the highest obesity rate. Okay? The highest obesity rate. So they are fatter than any other nation. Okay? They eat more than any other nation. They cook with multitude of oil more than any other nation. Okay? They fry their vegetables. They fry everything more than any other nation. So is it functional to be that fat?
No, but that's a worldwide problem.
No.
Like I said,
No, it isn't.
I don't care. Y'all are
You see
relying
how
on.
you getting emotional? We
Wait,
just
hold
asking you
on, hold on.
questions.
I'm not emotional. Like the way y'all are relying on these statistics, like y'all rely on y'all father, it's a bit concerning. You know, we are the BLK women, men are the most hated in the world. How you think they're gonna view us?
Has nothing to do
Not
with our
relying on the
questions.
statistics. It does not have anything to
That
do with
has nothing to do with our
BLK
questions.
women worldwide. What?
We're judging us because we're talking about us. You're bringing everybody else into this situation. Let's talk about the things that are
What are you
affecting
talking about?
us. You're
And how are
talking
y'all
about
gonna
the
fix it?
whole world.
How are y'all gonna fix it?
What if some women like to be curvier? Maybe not like fat,
No, curvy.
obese,
Listen,
but
Madam,
like
size 16 is not
there's a
curvy.
difference
Cut the
between
crap.
curvy and obese. It's a huge difference.
but
Yeah,
some
because
people
it's
can
like
be a larger size in the bottom. You know what I'm saying?
No. You're not gonna be a size 16 just because you got a big nyash. Please.
Thighs too, you don't think?
No.
No, you're not. And
Obesity,
I work in the
just because you
medical
got a
field.
big
I know
backside
this.
doesn't make you obese, okay?
okay, yeah, I can agree with y'all, but we're not talking about plus size when we're talking about obesity. So when it comes to obesity, yes, that is a health problem. It
And
shouldn't
that's
be
and that's
encouraged.
what
There you go.
BOK
There's your
and
answer.
BOK females have the highest. That's the point.
You're
They
relying
have the
on those
highest.
statistics again, girl.
Yeah, we have to because that's where we get the
It's
that's
stressing you out. I can understand that.
Madam, and I'm not even trying to be
you don't
funny.
even
The
want to be
last
logical.
surgery, the last surgery I did on a BLK woman was 675 pounds.
That's
Okay,
a whole
Crazy.
different thing. That's a whole
that's
different
one person. How
like
many?
No, 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 no,
That's
How
no,
not
many
one
no.
BLK?
person. That's not one
I
person.
listen. I didn't tell you everybody. I just gave you an example.
Okay.
600 pounds that's like beyond obese. That's like morbidly.
Yeah, that's like
Well, that's
TLC
BOK
TV
women for
show.
you because they have the highest. What are you talking about? You're describing a BOK female.
I think women should be studied more. Clearly, that's an issue. Women not being studied more than men. You know what I'm saying. So
I
that's
think that
facts.
I
Oh
think
no,
the
That's big
issue
facts.
with the obesity comes from a lack of knowledge of
No, I'm not talking
food.
about that.
Well, I'm
I'm just
just
saying in
Hold on,
general.
let to be a lady.
yeah, I think that the issue with the obesity stems from lack of knowledge on how to prepare food in a healthy way. I think that nutrition is very important for us to learn. And I think once we learn about nutrition, then I think we can prepare food better. Like fried food is just not good for you. Soda is horrible for you. Anything fried, like deep fried, is just really, really bad for you. And I think that a lot of BLK people in our community were not educated in nutrition. So I think that is part of the problem.
I gotta
I can
disagree
agree with
with you to
that.
be a lady. I gotta disagree with you,
No,
dear.
I think
how?
people know
You've
fried
been
foods
you
are bad.
and I
Mentality.
Trust
and
me.
I oh I'm sorry. And I want to say this
Hmm.
because we weren't like that back in the day. We knew how to cook.
But
We
we didn't
knew
have
it.
McDonald's either. We didn't have
No.
KFC. We didn't
How
have
to be a
all
lady?
these
How far do you want to
easy.
go back?
Well, no, I'm just saying we
Hey,
didn't. I think that
well,
you have
women
to
weren't like that back in
also.
the day because they didn't have rights. Like,
I
what are we
mean,
talking about?
Yeah,
Classy,
Ever since
Classy is
men,
right.
Hold
Wait,
up,
wait,
You
let
have
hold
to
up,
take
Classy land.
hold
consideration.
up,
Wait,
hold up.
wait, wait, wait. Let
Now
Classy land because he's
She's right.
speaking facts. Okay, let's not.
LOL.
that's
McDonald's
a troll point.
and
What
fat
does
foods
rights
always
have to do
existed.
with being nutritionist?
No, no, no.
Because the fact
McDonald's was not in. No,
yeah,
no. No one ate McDonald's back. Like
yes they did.
My grandmother, no, she
To
never
be a
had
lady,
any of that.
to be a
She
lady.
was
Question.
slim.
To be a lady. Question. Because you,
Yeah.
how old was your? I mean, I want to ask a question, and I'm not trying to go too personal.
Like my family, we are
What
upper
You
year
middle
was
have
your
to
grand?
be a
class.
lady. To be a lady, you need to let
Yeah.
the man speak as well. You know,
And
Okay, my
I
apologies. Go
barely
ahead.
hear what he's saying.
you're talking to a person that's also upper middle class, and so you know better. You and I both know better. McDonald's came out in the 1950s. Those women were still skinny back then. But the fact what you did say that I do agree with you on, a lot of women knew how to cook. They had what they called it home economics class. They taught these ladies this stuff back in the day. They don't do this stuff today.
That's what I'm trying to do. I agree with
No.
you.
I'm not saying you're not.
Yeah.
I'm not
That's a
saying
great
you're
point.
not. I'm just making a general, perspective. I'm just making a general perspective of it. Most of these women nowadays, once again, I'm not talking about you ladies on the live. Majority of these women don't know how to cook. That's why when you see, if you watch some of these YouTube videos, you see these women with their kids, they going to buy snack packs, they buying ramen noodles. They buying all this unhealthy stuff. These women don't know how to properly cook for their kids. And that's why a lot of women love to go out on dates because they don't know how to cook. That's why you got to take them on $300 dates.
Okay, can I
How are we
reply? Can
supposed
I
to find
respond
our
to
man?
you? Can I respond? Okay, so that was my point that I made. I think that it's a lack of like knowledge on how to make food or like nutritional values in cooking and possibly laziness. It could be laziness as well. It could be
Okay.
you're
So
too lazy to cook properly, so you go out
I'm
and
wrong,
have
D. So you're talking about
yeah.
today. I apologize. That's my
This
Yeah.
is
bad.
I'll be honest
this
with
is
you.
what I don't.
I'm
This is
sorry.
what I'm
Go
sorry,
on, it's
Rem. Go
better.
ahead.
Go on.
What I don't understand is, so these women know they don't know how to cook. Well, there's
Well, not
YouTube,
all, not
there's,
all,
Yep.
not
you know,
all.
there's all of these different resources. And these women, you have to remember, are also on social media daily. So there's no reason why they can't learn to cook. But not only that, they're now sending their children to governmental institutions. And if you think that they're feeding children healthy food, you would be completely incorrect. So it goes a lot deeper than that, which is why it comes back to why it's so important for women to not glorify dysfunction, not glorify this modern behavior, and live traditional lifestyles so that women can be home, properly raise the children, and not send them off to these institutions where they're learning these poor habits. I
Girl,
believe that's where it starts.
I just think men want to be victims so bad. Do y'all realize the majority of men who make these greases and unhealthy foods do the business, right? Like they're the majority of the men
But I don't think you have to
making
eat it
healthy
though.
foods.
You don't have to eat
Yeah,
it though.
no, yeah, I get
Thank
it,
you.
y'all. Here
Thank
y'all
you.
go again. Here
But
y'all
it's
go
No,
true, but
but
it
again.
doesn't make
you
any
Here y'all
sense
don't.
what
go
you're
again. Here
saying.
y'all go again.
You don't have to eat it.
No, well, obviously, I think y'all should stop making it. I think y'all should make better
No, no, no.
choices
Here's the
on
like. No,
making
no, no, no.
food.
I think
How
so.
about that?
At some point, you have to be an adult, right? Like we're
Thank
not
you.
10 years old. We're not 12. We are adults, and we have to take responsibility for our own actions. And I think that's the whole point of this live. It's like at some point we have to make a change. We have to do better for our younger generation. We have to do better. So that's what I have to say. It's like you can blame it on the whoever made the food or whoever is in the media, but at
Yeah.
some point you have to be a leader and just say no. I'm not doing that. Like I don't eat fast food. I don't drink soda. I don't do any of that. I'm a boring cook. I make salmon and kale and broccoli. I'm very boring. I don't cook like all those foods, but I'm very into making sure I'm not over a size 6. I don't want to be bigger than that. I
Oh,
just
I
can't.
heard that. Go,
Yeah, I
girl.
don't want to be bigger than
Go.
that. So I'm like, I'm not eating that food. And I'm not eating that food. I'm very aware of like my looks. And I know it sounds it sounds vain, but sometimes a little vanity is good for you to maintain your beauty, you
But
know?
to be a lady, I would respect that type of thing because
Yeah.
as older we get, and I'm speaking from a medical point of view, our blood is
Hmm.
not as thin no more. If we
Yeah.
don't eat healthy, it gets thicker over time. And what happens over time? You start developing clots.
Yeah, like
I'm sorry to tell y'all this.
my mom told me like when if you use olive oil, you're not supposed to fry olive oil. Like I didn't know that. My mom told me that. Like when
That's
you
true.
make
That's
food, you don't olive oil when it's heated it creates toxins. You only want to use olive oil when it's like cold, like it's on a salad. Like I didn't know that. So it's just little things like that that I think people just don't know. Like it's more things, of course, but like I didn't know
Okay.
that.
Well, the United States should just take away oil just like the rest of these countries are doing since y'all
No,
want
you
to,
have to just
come,
you have to do your research. That's all.
well,
well. Let,
okay,
Sometimes.
yeah, I understand.
well,
I
let me
mean,
say this. Let me say this. And this is where it gets mad at me on black people because first of all, I've been to Brazil many times. Those black women there, afros, cornrows, and they are in tip top shape. And they went through slavery just as worse as we did, and they still get it together. We have to stop this nonsense saying that we just have to stop feeling sorry for ourselves and get it together. We can make that choice, and we got to stop looking at other races of people.
tell patriarchy that.
Tell who?
No, so
You
LOL, you have to
females love being a
stop
victim.
blaming.
This
Yeah,
is this
don't
is what you get with
blame.
BLK females. They love being a victim. They
Be
love
okay,
blaming.
man.
They love
Patriarchy
blaming
loves.
everybody
Remedy.
else.
Oh, please, Remedy, let me, please, if I may
Go
ask you
ahead.
respectfully, can I attack that, please? You
Yes.
know what? As bad as patriarchy is, you know what patriarchy has done for women? Bought you flowers, built your house, fought the wars.
Got
That's
you
the good
flowers.
side of the things that you want as out of appreciation for what you did for them men. That's what they did. That's what good patriarchy was. They bought you flowers. Men did actually keep you being safe. Back in the day when they did that whole thing in the 30s where they put the coat for the rain puddles, that was part of patriarchy. The things that women complain about nowadays, why don't men don't approach me? That's patriarchy. Men taking you out, that's good patriarchy. So it ain't all bad. It's just the people that you choose that makes it bad. I digress my point.
I feel like
Facts.
I mean, because you're coming from a place where you're talking about other women in different countries, and I don't think it has anything to do with race. I think it. No, I see
You
what y'all are
missed my
doing.
point. What I was saying about Brazil, they
Okay.
had the most African slaves than America, and those women stay in shape. They don't make excuses.
Okay, why? Why? Because I don't think.
Dear,
There's
if
I
you
don't
still
think
haven't
women
women
in
got,
Brazil who aren't.
correlates.
dear, if you haven't gotten it, then there's no use for
They're
me to
less
continue
lazy than
explaining it.
you. They're less lazy than you. They're more feminine than you. That's why. Okay,
Because that's a different
Who says I'm not
they
society.
Brazilian
value
myself?
Hello?
themselves more. That's why.
Like,
They love themselves more. That's why.
who says
Because
I'm
it's
not
a different
Brazilian
society.
myself? Who says I'm not
It's a different
Brazilian
I don't
society.
know where
myself?
you're
And
from.
Right.
and let me tell you something. If you think they don't go through racism, you're sadly mistaken.
Nobody said that. I'm saying it's a different society over there. It must be. It must
Yeah,
be.
but
And
this
I
is
think
it, right? It's actually that's a good point because this is what I don't understand is like their society is gonna be worse than UK and the US. Okay, their society is going to be a lot more worse, and what they went through is a lot worse as well. Okay, they have a whole history behind the YT man and bravery, so it's not just one sided. Now,
okay.
so when you really take a look at that, how come they're still outperforming you? They're in a worse society with a very deep rooted history, and somehow are outperforming BOK Fefails, who are supposedly in a better society, have more opportunities, have more free will. How are they still outperforming you when it comes to their health, when it comes to how they love their hair?
I don't think those all determine a better society. That's just me, though.
LOL. Why you sound so depressive? I gotta ask you that.
Sorry.
I'm serious. I have to ask. You sound so depressing.
Your mindset. I mean, what are they more logical and not lazy because they're Brazilian, or does it have
No,
something to
I'm
do with the
making a
influence?
valid point that black people in America need to stop talking about slavery that's holding them back.
You brought up slavery.
Slavery.
How you? I'm sorry, black. Slavery. I gotta learn how to speak
Servitude.
on TikTok.
It's okay.
Yeah, TikTok is
Yeah.
savage, man.
So
Unfortunately, they are.
this
Bro, I'm on
comes
my
down
third account.
to
We
who's
love TikTok
influencing.
shop. We
We
love
love
TikTok
TikTok
shop.
shop.
We don't.
I'm gonna
Listen,
try
listen.
to.
If you guys haven't already followed the host, shoot the host a follow. She also has an amazing YouTube channel that you guys can go check out. If you click her page, you'll find the link there. And show her some love. If you haven't already hit that heart me, if you're enjoying the conversation. And if you'd like to join, request up. You could be next.
For
I
sure.
hear
Thank
how
you.
y'all
Thank
say
you,
stay in shape.
respectfully.
It's
Thank
so
you,
easy for
Inspector.
y'all to say stay in shape
That was like that was a commercial.
and all of this, but didn't y'all just say working out was a masculine trait? Make it make sense.
Who said
What?
that?
Okay. No, no,
Who the
no, no,
hell
no.
said
Let me let
that?
me
She's talking about
No,
martial
no, no, no,
arts.
no,
She's
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
martial.
let
I
She's
don't want
me
talking
to hear
about
let me
that.
martial
attack
arts and
this.
fighting men. It's like so
Let
different.
let me
Clearly,
attack
somebody
this.
said that. Multiple people said that in your comment
Let me
section,
let
and
me attack
I
this.
figured y'all may
Wow.
agree with that.
Well,
The
Let me attack
comments.
LOL.
this point. Let
Let's
me attack this
clarify.
LOL.
point.
Clarify it.
I'll clarify. If you're a
Okay.
woman trying to be as big as a man and on steroids and you sound like this, yeah, you would have a point. But exercise doesn't mean you're going to gain a whole lot of muscle. That's not how it works. See, this is what I'm talking about, your mindset.
What you talking about? Okay, well, I had a point anyway. Regardless,
I
because it.
mean, okay. If you look today, right, you see these females. I mean, some of them are masculine. Like they're just like in the gym,
Yeah.
carrying loads of weights. Talking about
Boxing.
I can carry more weights than men, and they're trying to get muscle backs and all these things. I mean, like there's a difference between being healthy and being healthy, having nice slim body, looking
Not that
feminine.
boxing is masculine,
But there's
but
And I think
there's nothing wrong with working out. But you do have these females today, like they're going to the gym and they're weighing the same lifts as men are.
damn.
And I think it's more. I think when you work out, you have to also include yoga or like some kind of stretching, also, just to
Well,
keep your body lean, so you don't bulk up. So that's always important too.
But to be a
stability is
lady,
important.
but to be
Hmm?
a lady, to add to your point, the
Hmm.
average woman that's in the gym, let's just hypothetically say they're strength training. They can't get as big as a male unless they're
No,
taking
no,
testosterone shots.
yeah, no.
But they will tell you that they're equal to a man, right?
See, I don't get that.
They'll
I don't get
Yeah.
that.
I
I don't
hope
get
y'all
that.
know that
I don't understand
size
that
doesn't
point.
equal strength. I hope y'all know that
hope we know what.
size doesn't equal strength.
Well, that
In
goes
what
back to my
way?
original
What are you
point. When
saying?
they're exercising, most women aren't exercising to get size.
No, like I do weight. I go to Equinox and I do like my weight training. I do my yoga, my bar, or bear, whatever it's called now. I do like my sauna. I do workouts where I stay lean but also build muscle. So it's a
Right,
balance. It's a
but
balance.
to be a lady, truthfully, you're doing it for a more aesthetically,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You're not trying to make your pecs bigger than mine. That's
Oh
the
my God,
point where I'm getting at.
no. That's so unattractive.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
would.
a lot of these females, when they go to the gym, when they're working on their muscles, they're trying to change their body. So, for example, you have a lot of these females that go to the gym to get a bigger nyash, and because they weren't born with a bigger nyash, they will work on their muscles. For example, like hips. A lot of them are going to the gym, working on this body, this nice curvy, big back curvy, and then they're trying to get all these muscles to make their body look a certain way. Females
Ain't that what
basically are
y'all
doing
want?
to men
Thought
who
I
are
heard
looking for
that.
men who are looking for wives are not looking for a woman with a big back.
I want to agree with you, but the majority of men I come across, I'm telling you.
They just want to clap
Yeah.
your cheeks. That's
Well,
why.
That's actually an
absolutely.
interesting point. I never thought of it like that.
What's that to be a
Ver-
lady? What's that?
what she said about men are not looking for girls with bigger bottoms. I never thought about that because I thought for me, I have I'm not like huge. I'm like a size 6. But like, I didn't I didn't think of it that way. It's a different perspective, and I'm just listening.
But to be a lady, Remington is right. A lot of
Yeah,
men are not looking. There are some men that are attracted to it because we would like to see what it sounds like in the bed sheets.
yeah.
We want to
That's
see how
yeah.
the drum roll sounds. But most men aren't marrying women like that.
Maybe
That's
not a huge one, but I think
crazy.
you might prefer a little something back there. There's no way you don't.
Well, of course, Nita, but I don't want this huge tugboat.
Yeah, of
You
course.
can't.
Not like
That's not true,
not
actually.
overdoing
But
it.
that's not true, though. That's not true because, once again, are Asian women known having big backside?
Why do you keep circling back to
Because
Asian women again?
because the reason why because they have the most marriage rate. So we have to really look at things logically, okay?
They only marry
Hold
mostly
on.
inside of their race.
Hold on. They also actually marry a lot of outside their race, not BLK too tough, but YTs and other nations they do. But anyways, I move on. when you take a look at the women who are getting married, which is YTs and Asians, they're not known for having this physique. The ones who are known to have this physique are the ones who are the least married. So, it's
So you think it's
interesting.
more sexualized?
Yes, it's more
Okay.
sexualized because the
Okay.
reality is, what does a big bum do for a man? Please answer that.
One more time. I'm gonna do.
Nina, what does
What if they just like it? Like, not like,
answer
I'm
my
not saying
question.
like
No.
BBL.
We're not talking about BBLs. Just answer my question. What does a
A
woman?
bit, it just could look nicer. Like, what if they just like the way it looks?
That's
Like, you
it.
might like.
So what does it do though? What does it do? What does it do for him? It
doesn't do anything, but you
there
can have
it is.
preference, like you said.
So when he is looking for a wife, what does her nyash has to do with it?
It has nothing to do with it, but it's okay to have
But
one.
that,
Like,
no one's
it's not
saying.
like,
No one's saying it's not. We're not saying it's a problem to have one or not to have one, but he's not prioritizing it. He doesn't
of course not. He
care.
shouldn't be.
He doesn't care what nyash you have. He possibly cares about how you take care of yourself. Are you healthy? Yes. Do you know how to?
Girl.
Do you know how to? How you represent yourself. Do you wear skimpy? Do you wear promiscuously, or are you modest? Do you know how to cover up? That is something. But when it comes to actually your physique, your nyash means nothing to the man. And to be honest, the bigger you are, the chances of him actually marrying you is very less likely. Because what happens when you have children? Men think about these things. Men think about, she's a size 10 or she's got big this, big that. What happens after 2 children later?
But this is a thing as well. I think that in our community, a lot of these Fefails, they sexualize themselves. They have like a very skewed idea of what a man values for a wife. It seems to be centered around sexuality.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I have to agree. I think in our culture, it's very sexualized, and I dislike that so much because I think that when you lead with your sexuality, you're not going to get married because you're just a pass around. You're not going to be respected. So I have to agree with Wonder Boy on that.
And
I
I can
think.
speak. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and don't get it twisted. Me as a black man, when I see it, I love it. But do you know why I'm loving it?
Exactly.
Is it love?
That's a great point, Classy. Because Fefails hear men say, I love a big nyash. But why does he love it? That's the question you Fefails don't ask. You just run with it like, yeah, he likes my body. Yeah. I'm the it girl, I'm a baddie. Why does he?
Yeah, really?
Why does he like your
Yeah.
nyash? That's a good question. Why
They
do they love your
unaliving.
nyash?
What would be a reason to like her? Nash.
I'll tell you this: if I see a woman with a
can't believe you asked
big
that.
booty, well, I'm gonna say this: if I see a woman with a big booty from like 20 feet away, I'm not looking at her and saying, "Oh my gosh, she looks so smart." I'm looking at her bum. I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm thinking 65,000 ways as a biological man on how to turn you into a pretzel.
And they going and unaliving.
What? Wait, pause.
Why are you saying ill when you Fefails show your nyash for men to look at
What
it like
you
that?
mean? I don't be showing my nash back
No,
here.
ill.
No, there's no ill.
That's what
You're
I'm
saying
talking about.
ill. No, that's a damn lie. You say ill,
That's
but best
the lust.
believe you'll be the same one wearing leggings, wearing tight jeans.
No, ma'am.
Yeah,
No, ma'am.
that's a damn lie.
No,
That's a damn
ma'am.
lie. That's a
No,
damn lie.
ma'am.
I know you Fefails have been outside with some leggings on.
No, ma'am.
What's wrong with leggings?
Oh,
You
you
don't want
see?
leggings.
You
Booty
see?
shorts.
What's wrong with leggings?
No.
What's wrong with it? See? So men are
Ram.
looking at your backside.
Rem,
But see,
in
but see
I
what I.
America,
actually
in America,
discourage
it's
that.
booty, it's
But hold
Daisy
up.
Dukes and booty shorts. That's
But
little boy shorts.
Black boy, you're absolutely right. But
Come
did you
on
just see
now.
what? But did you just see what I just did? I did that purposely to see what y'all was gonna say. Now,
Yeah.
No, you
however,
didn't.
yes, I
No,
did.
he
He
didn't.
got
Ray,
Yes,
you
I
you're
did.
so
still.
lying.
I got you, and I'm gonna tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because yes, I will approach you like a gentleman, but you don't know what I'm thinking. Because men ain't
Y'all
gonna
got
show it to
lust.
you. If you have this luxurious backside, lustful things is going right through our head, but we're not gonna show it to you because we want to get close.
Why can't
But
y'all,
but
think
but
about other things?
but you know what, Classy? Take it a step further, yeah. Some men will show it to them and tell them straight off top. And you
That's
know what's
facts.
sad?
Yeah,
They're so dysfunctional that they will reciprocate that.
yes, yeah, you're right.
Isn't
Look at
that
Blueface.
degenerate? Isn't that degenerate? The first
But
thing you think about is a woman's body. Is that not degenerate? I think that's
why?
kind of.
Wait, hold up, hold
Wow.
up. LOL. I gotta ask that. You said a man. That's degenerate for a man to look at a woman's body. Are you serious?
No, to look up the first thing to come to your mind,
Because
genuinely.
that's how we're biologically made. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Where's that fact at? Can y'all pull that up for me real
Oh my
quick?
God.
Look, y'all are
Yeah,
the preachers, right?
LOL. I'm not going. If I see a beautiful woman, the first thing I'm going to see is her looks. I'm not going to know how her mind is. Yes, I can treat you well. I'm not going to come at you like some men going to be like, I just want to get at it right away. Which I think women should appreciate the honesty so they can make an informed decision. But however, at the same time, I won't know what you're about if I see you from miles away. I'm gonna think, dang, that's a good looking woman because y'all not wearing summer dresses.
But are y'all thinking about marriage the way y'all praise it or preach it?
When it comes to a certain type of women,
Yes.
not the ones that go out with leggings showing their big nyash.
Yeah, I'm not looking at you thinking, oh, that's a wife. Come on.
Women with leggings can still get married though. Like
Yeah, that's what
Yes,
I'm.
you're
wives wear
right.
leggings.
You're
Wives running
right.
errands with yoga pants all the time. Like what?
You're right. But I'm talking about a man that's visually looking at you. That's not the first thing
Yeah,
that's going through our
that's
mind.
when you wear leggings. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is when you wear leggings, men are looking at your backside. Okay. See, I don't like it when, I'll be honest with you, I don't like it when fefails are disingenuous. Okay, because we are women, and we know men look when we dress a certain way. You know when your top is too tight, when your bra is too tight, when your pants are too tight. You know, maybe when you sit down, maybe the shirt's too short, maybe it's too long. You know it, you know it, you know it. You know when you walk out that door, if one guy is looking at you, then there's going to be multiple guys looking at you. So let's cut the crap. When you wear leggings, your nyash looks a certain way. There's gonna be guys out there that are gonna be checking you out. Now, whatever you wanna do with that, you can do with it. But don't act like it's not the truth.
Princess, you're so right. There's a man in here right now that does that already. I mean, he just proved your point. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
You know what I'm saying?
majority of men do that. Okay? Majority of single men are doing that.
That's
Just
a
like
problem.
no, it's not a problem because majority of you females do the same thing as well.
We shouldn't be blamed for men's lust, and
No, you females are just as
Right.
lustful because you love showing your nyash to be lusted over.
Oh no!
What do you
That
mean? No,
doesn't
that's
apply to
true
me.
though. That is
What if they
true.
look at it when you're wearing like sweatpants? Like what if you're just like chilling and they just be looking anyway?
I mean, why are
Well,
you
I
show?
don't
I mean,
care.
if you don't want it to be shown, then why don't you dress? Why
No,
don't you dress
trust me, like
accordingly?
Dude, I be wearing big shirts and everything. Girl,
baggy, and
what
they
is you
still
Well,
talking
be
about?
let me ask y'all a question as a man. Do you want men to be attracted to you, and how would you
No,
like for them to be attracted to you?
no.
more my face. I love my face.
There's women with big, beautiful faces I've talked to. I know that. But do you think a man is only gonna just look at your face? You don't think he's gonna scan you down?
Of course, but like when I'm not like wearing like leggings, like she said, like to show my nyash, why would you be like? Trust me, like certain clothes I put on are not flattering, and I know that, and I'm not expecting anyone to look at me in that type of way. But then some people still do.
But
That's a
at the
lust
same time,
problem. They do that to me too.
but Nina, can I ask you a question? Can
Okay.
any woman, or even with men, can we determine how a person look at us?
No, we can't. But then you asked for like numbers and stuff. I think we can put that together. You know, like we can use our brains to think of why.
I think they just want to get in between them legs. That's all I'm
Abs-
saying. Like she said,
LOL. That's
absolutely.
every man. That doesn't mean you got to give it to him. But that's every man. I can tell you right now. Let me tell you right now. There's this woman that I know. Literally, her. Oh God, I wish I could find a better way without saying something. Her breast size is a size H. And she asked me one time, I don't know why guys keep looking at my breasts. I said, did you see the shirt that you got on? And do you see how big your breast is?
Do you realize you're sexualizing her?
But
It's
at the same time, if
sexualizing.
you're, but at the same time, and she has the right to wear wherever she wants. She can do whatever she wants. But there's consequences in life for doing whatever you want. If you are wearing a tight shirt and your breast is a size H, and your quote unquote areolas is literally poking past the fabric, oh, they're going to look. And I told her that.
And at that
And
point, you're
she
just
knows.
sexualizing yourself.
She
You
knows it
know,
as well. She was just doing it because she likes the attention. Sorry, Inspector.
exactly,
How can
exactly,
our
exactly,
men?
Rums.
How can our men be leaders if they think this way?
Well, you got to ask the question, am I leading a wife? Or are you just a random woman? How can I
That
lead you
doesn't
if you're not
change
my
your
wife?
behavior.
Once again, how can I lead a woman that is free to do whatever she wants to do if she's not my wife?
I feel
It's a
like
great
you would get
question.
bored if you saw another woman with a better appeal than your wife's. Genuinely, if you think
Well,
this way,
well,
there's
I
no
have
other
a,
way.
well, LOL, I have a thing that says men should only be leaders, protectors, and providers to wives, to elderlies, and children, not random women we don't know and that probably don't even like us.
Are
Goes
you?
back, hence, therefore, I'm a strong, independent woman.
And I think that's crazy to say because that's a single man. Now he didn't stay. We don't know what class he does in his personal life, but the reality is, if a man is single and you have a female who dresses promiscuously, she's not only sexualizing herself, but single men are gonna sexualize her.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just,
just.
it's just that simple. Now, when it comes to what the man does, that's different. But he's still a single man. When he gets married and finds a wife, that doesn't change the fact that he will be committed to that wife. He will be loyal to that wife. He's a single man. How are you judging a man for being single?
A married man could still cheat.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
no,
thing. That's why I'm saying.
we're not talking about married men. We're talking about single men. How are
How does
you
that
judging?
change
How
anything?
it does change something because the man is available. He's not committed. You would rather a single man do that while he's single than him doing that when he's married.
The thing is, a married man is not going to put himself in that situation. So it's like we already know how certain people move. We're just not going to be around those type of people because those type of people are lustful and they don't control their lust. So you can say, yeah, a married man could cheat and stuff like that, but if he's a loyal man, he's not going to allow himself to be in certain situations.
Facts. Okay. Yeah, but I wasn't saying like it's different. Like he's married or single. I'm saying how is that going to change him being loyal or not? How does it change him cheat or it doesn't affect anything. It doesn't
Okay.
keep you bonded.
For example, right? For example, when a it's fine, Nina. So when a man is talking to two different women, right? One is that there's a reason why they say the girl. Why does the man always marry the girl next door, or the plain Jane? Okay, loads of females ask this. They always ask this all the time. How come they always marry the plain Jane? They always marry the girl next door, but they never marry the fun girl. And it's just simple. You know, a man can just choose who he wants to be committed to. It's just that simple. Men will put you in a box, just like females will put men in a box. Females will say, well, I'm going to friend zone this guy. This guy he's a nice guy. This guy is the pookie. This guy is this. Men do the same thing. Men say, well, she's great for this. She's great for that. She's great for that. But when it comes to being wife, she's not great for that. And when it comes to when I do find a wife, I'm going to commit to her. Men can choose who they want to commit to. It's just that simple. Just like females choose who they want to give their nyash to. It's simple. Don't need to overcomplicate it.
It's all a choice. You know, sometimes you choose right, sometimes you don't. That's just a part of life. Everything in life is a risk.
That's exactly what I said. That's a part of life. It's reality, but y'all didn't accept it for
No,
some
no, no,
reason.
no, no. It's not the fact that it's not reality. It's not the whole reality. We know it happens, but at the same time, that's not the majority. Just like back in the day when they used to say Papa was a Rolling Stone, that wasn't the entire black community, but the narrative has been that for years back in the 60s and the 50s, which it wasn't true.
It just sounds like a lot of these females want cheaters to be loyal men.
No, it kind of sounds like y'all think marriage will change everything.
No, we're not saying marriage would change everything. You just got to get married under the right circumstances. Some people get married under the wrong circumstances. Those things do exist. But if you're doing it for the right circumstances, you're not going to have those type of problems. You're going to have problems, but you're not going to have problems where everybody's cheating, everybody's being how can I say the AB word? Is that the correct way of saying that?
Yeah.
Every situation, a lot of these situations, it's not an abundance of situations like that. That's the lie that's being told, and it's not true.
Okay, not everybody's gonna catch that. Not even you or Princess would catch that. Because, I mean, y'all are in the situation, then, I mean, the way y'all are calling women, fefails, if they choose the wrong man or whatever, or don't vet correctly, y'all would hold yourselves accountable and call yourself male fails or fefails if that happened to y'all, right?
Yes, yes. If I'm choosing the wrong one, okay, let me say this, LOL. If I'm choosing the wrong woman, and I hate to go this far, but I'm gonna just go ahead and throw it out there. If I choose a woman that's, I hate to use the terminology ghetto, and she just loud as crap, and I'm this sophisticated gentleman, and I get that woman pregnant, and she takes me for everything, I would be considered a failure because I chose to have a kid by her or
A
marry
male
her.
fail.
It
A
will,
male fail.
yes, if you want to call it that, yes. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at our statistics here in America, who has the most children out of wedlock? Females. Who don't
I
have the
have
most? Oh, God, I'm sorry. Expect. Go ahead.
no, no, no. I'm sorry to interrupt, Classy. I didn't mean to speak over you, but I just had to get this out. You know, LOL. I what is not clicking for you on the panel? What is so hard for you to fully understand here? Because I feel like you keep teeter tottering, and I'm having a hard time really understanding where you land.
Well, if y'all want to get deeper into the conversation, debates are gonna be that way. It's not really a debate if a person doesn't really change their views or minds on one thing. It's just gonna turn and it's kind of like y'all are forcing the idea, or maybe not even forcing it. Maybe y'all are just trying to.
Well, LOL, can you tell us something that we didn't say that wasn't true?
Right.
To an extent.
Well, just give us a specific of what you disagree with Tell us what wasn't that you thought that wasn't true.
There's a lot we went over, so I'm not gonna pretend
Well,
that I know.
can you give me one specific of the everything that we went over that you felt that was not facts?
I don't think she can. I don't think she can.
Well,
And I
like I
think
said,
that's
we went through many topics, so
But well, you know, we went through many topics. There, I'm sure there's one out of the
yeah.
many that you know that you say, I don't think that's true, and
Yeah, I
tell
don't.
us the reason why you think it's not true.
You're a BOK man, right?
Yes, I'm black.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay,
But
oh,
yeah.
what
I
does
don't
it
you
think.
have to
gotta
do with
say
my
be okay.
original
Okay, no,
question?
excuse me.
BLK. What does that have to do with my
Um,
original question?
I
That's what
don't
I'm
think
asking.
men looking at women's bodies is a biological thing at all.
Okay, tell me the reason why you don't think
I don't
that.
know. Princess, could you say the same for Asian men or Asian people? You always talk about their marriage as being high and things like that. And I think it's a red flag.
I do. Yeah, I do think that men are going to notice your body, but then the reality is the type of man that he is and where he's at in life. You're gonna get a different reaction. Yeah, he may notice. Okay, yeah, she's pretty. She's got a nice physique, but is he focused on his establishment? Yeah, he may clap the cheeks or he may just move on because he's got options. So I do think it's quite natural for men to notice a physique, but at the same time, I don't think it's natural to be lustful. But everyone, reality is you're going to, for example, you are going to notice a man who's shirtless. Okay, you're gonna notice it. Whether you want to admit it or not, you are going to notice a man who's shirtless and has a nice body. You are going to notice it. It is what it is. Now, are you going to keep staring at it? Are you going to try and talk to him? Or you can be like, oh, it's just another dude. Move on. It comes down to who you are now.
I can remnant it. I can take it even further than that. Aren't human beings mammals?
All right. Well, do you think it's destructive for men to say, "Oh, I have an option after sleeping with a woman and impregnating
Why
her"?
are you so concerned with why are you so concerned with what the men are doing?
Oh, that's funny. Why are
When
y'all so concerned what the women
you
are
don't
doing?
even seem to have it figured out as far as the women are concerned. So don't worry
Question.
about the men. It's not your place to assert your authority over a man and tell a man what he should or shouldn't be.
Oh well, it's not y'all place to
Society
tell.
is already going to judge them very harshly, and they do every single day.
No, they don't. Men get
Society
away with a
doesn't
lot of
judge.
things.
Are you
Society will
More
not
things
serious?
than
judge
women get.
women the way that they judge men. Period.
Hold up, hold up. You said men get away with more things
Yes,
than women.
yes.
Wait,
Women have
class,
more consequences than
classy.
men.
Oh, let me ask a question. Who are the most in jail and prison, men or women?
This is crazy.
What does this have to do
You
with
see how she just
regulation?
went
Who has
past the
more?
question?
No, it's kind of funny because you wanted to bounce and pivot back to prison and jail, and I was talking about who had more consequences. Like, how does that
Isn't
correlate?
prison a consequence of people doing
No,
something?
how does that correlate
Thank you,
to
Remnant.
who has more consequences, men or women after smacks? That was my point. He's talking about prison or whatever. What the
You didn't add
fuck are you
smacks to
talking
the
about?
conversation. You just said consequences in general. You didn't add smacks. Dear,
Okay,
I
well, my
listen
bad.
very
There you
well.
go.
I
There you
listen
go.
very
I
well.
clarified. I
I
clarified.
listen very well. Now, all right, if you're going to, I'll say this for you. I say it's the females, but with the females holding so many consequences, shouldn't it be their job to protect their body and have their choice? Oops. My body, my choice?
Just that you thought you ate that. I can agree to an extent.
Really? So you don't choose
To
who
an
have sex
extent.
with you? Oh my God! Because by law, that's
This is
considered
why.
what?
See, this is why men get away with the things they get away with. Because men like you.
Ma'am, are you in the
Men like
United
you, yes,
States?
y'all
Ma'am,
encourage this.
LOL, are you in the
This
United
is silly.
Oh
States?
my goodness me.
Are
Okay.
you in? You have the
Okay,
most.
if y'all,
Remnant. I want
okay,
to ask this
so
question.
hold
These
on.
are coming from the women that have more freedoms than any other women in other countries, all from
Yep.
first world countries,
He's
and they're still
1,000% right.
oppressed.
These
Yep.
statistics is really like it is really driving y'all in circles. So if y'all want to better women,
Okay, I
y'all
don't
should
understand. Why
better
did you say that to Classy? What is
What?
he encouraging? I don't understand. What is he encouraging?
Y'all help me understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Why don't
understand
you want
why
to
you
better?
said that. What
I'm
is he
sorry.
encouraging?
Why don't you want to better men
But I don't
with
wait, but
women?
what is he encouraging? I don't get that.
What are you talking about? This behavior,
What
the
behavior?
lack of accountability
What
in men.
accountability?
Accountability for what? I'm trying to just like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about men sleeping with chicks?
There we go.
Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking
Yeah,
about men?
promiscuous. The
Are you
way y'all
talking?
Remnant.
yeah,
The last remnant. Remnant. The last.
the way y'all bash promiscuous women should be the same on men.
But
Period.
Well,
this,
I gotta ask this question. I can only have sex with women who are what? Promiscuous.
That's
Oops.
your problem.
But at the same time, though, what's funny about this situation? I can't do anything unless a woman allow me to.
you know,
What
Because
quali-
by a law, it's considered the R word. I digress. Go ahead, Remy.
okay, you know, it's honestly, it's like supply and demand, right? At the end of the day, females are supplying their nyash, and men will keep demanding it. You know, if you know, I don't think females really understand that you can also control the dating market just as much as men do. And you choose to control the dating market with your nyash. You choose to control the dating market with being promiscuous. If you want to tackle lustful men, then stop giving lustful men what lustful men want.
Yeah, you're talking about a lustful man in this call right now. I just find it funny.
Classy. No, I don't even think Classy's lustful. You know, I think you're being emotional.
No, not wait, who? Whatever his name is. Oh, his name is Classy. Okay, whatever.
No, I mean, and I'm gonna tell you that I'm not because at the same
You're just
time,
being emotional. That's really
yeah,
that's what you're
and
doing because
What?
yeah,
well, I'm
yes you
telling you,
are. Yeah,
Qualified
yes you are being emotional because Classy does not sound like a lustful man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it
No,
is.
he
How are you
doesn't. No,
qualified?
he's a logical man. And the
Answer me
reality,
this then.
okay, what you want me
Please
to
do.
answer?
How are you qualified to be like a committed married man if you think this way? I mean,
Who
because I
said I
mean, the
was
reason
married?
why, like you said, you're only able to sleep with the women who are promiscuous because the niyash is the easiest. How do you say is easily accessible. So, say if your wife, she didn't easily give it to you. Well, if she didn't easily give it to you, then you would find a woman
no,
that
but
would.
Kay,
That's
that doesn't even make any sense because this is what
How?
it doesn't make sense because it's a choice. I think you females underestimate the word choice. And
How
the
does that not
reality,
make sense?
it doesn't make sense because you hear a single man saying that nyash looks like it looks good. That to you means, oh, he's not going to be a good husband.
He's not, because
No,
he's looking
but
at the
what you
national.
what I understand what you're saying, but this is it. Everyone's looking at the nyash, even the women. Okay, everyone notices big nyash, just like you notice a muscly man. Like, stop being disingenuous. You
You
notice.
said to be modest. You said the solution was to be modest,
Oh
right?
no! Wait! No, but you're making it seem like, oh, because a man notices big nyash, that means he's going to be a disloyal man. No,
He will,
no, he
yes.
won't because everyone is noticing it. Everyone, including
Can I say
you,
can I
everybody.
say something? So I think that circles back to what the discussion was about being thin, like a little bit smaller and not so big, and also not like wearing certain clothing. Because when you wear certain clothing, if it's like skin tight, people are going to look. Versus if you wear something more modest, you can have curves and still be modest, and someone can look at you, but it's in a more respectful manner as opposed to a lustful manner. So, for example, if you are a size like maybe 8 curvy, and you're wearing like a nice loose, sundress, a man will look because he's going to look at a beautiful curvy woman, right? But if you are a size 8 wearing like skin tight clothing, he is going to look in a lustful manner, in a more disrespectful manner, because that's just the way men are. Men are going to look. And that's what the point the panel is making. It's like you can wear what you want to wear, but there's choices to what you wear. So if you want to walk around in skin tight clothing, you can do that, but you're going to have eyes look at you because they're going to look because but it's not going to be in a respectful manner. As opposed
I
to if
don't
you're
know.
dressing more modest, you'll be met with more respect. That's
Right.
that's what they're saying, LOL. Just to be on, I don't want
But
you to
it's up
feel,
to you if you want to
yeah.
think that way or not.
Sure.
Yes.
But
Sure.
it's not. But here's the thing: it's not about what you think. You have to. Okay, you're not in a world on a planet by yourself. You're in a planet with a whole bunch of people. So you have to understand everyone has a different perspective. So you can walk around and wear what you want to wear, but you're living in a planet with other people. So you can either wear what you want to wear and keep getting the same treatment, or change it and get a different treatment. And that's what the panel is pretty much saying, if you can understand that.
And
And
to be
the
oh,
very
I'm sorry,
very well
sweetie.
said. Very well said. And the way that you carry yourself and represent yourself to the world as a woman matters. My father taught me that.
Yep.
Because when a man sees you, he has to be able to distinguish you from a good time and a long time. And if he's incapable of doing that, there's a problem there.
Okay, and that's through the body.
Well, can I throw something else
So the
there?
body,
There's
the body is the first impression. LOL. Like, so when you look at someone, the first thing you see before you even see their brain cells and how they think, the first thing you see is physical, right? So that's why, yes, what you wear matters on how you were treated. Yes, unfortunately, it's sad, it's like annoying, whatever it is, but that's the reality. And you have to face it. That's just the reality.
Well, exactly. Well, that's what I said. So, like, hold on. I have a genuine question. Genuinely,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask. So if somebody is thinking a certain way about a person just because what they're wearing, is that on them or is that on the person? Because
It's on the
the
person who's
person that's
wearing the clothes. If
the
you're wearing
person.
if I'm wearing, I'm a busty girl. If I'm wearing like a super super thin like white shirt with, I mean, like if you're wearing something that's like super provocative and super just like not like super cleavage, and you're going to a brunch with a whole bunch of children, families, and all that, you're gonna look like people are gonna look at you, but they're gonna look at you with disrespect, right?
Exactly.
So that's the point. It's like the physical matters, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, it matters. So you
You're
have to
okay.
just know how to dress in a more modest manner so that way you're respected.
And
That's all
I
that.
want to just bounce off that. And this is what I was trying to tell Kay, is that she's just judging. Well, men look at this, but women do it too. And that was a great example.
oh, thank you, Remini.
Go to a restaurant where there's families, okay, and wear skimpy clothes. I'm telling you now, everyone's gonna be looking at you funny. Everyone's going to be looking at you funny.
They sure will.
Mothers, daughters, even kids are gonna look at you like there's something going on here, but
Yeah.
I can't conceptualize it because I'm young.
Yep.
But they're thinking, something's going on. So I just find it disingenuous when Fefails target men, but the reality is everyone is gonna be looking at you funny.
No, I want to bounce off of that. You can only control your thoughts. That you should be held accountable for that. They can't
No,
control
but
your thoughts
that's not
for you. If you're saying that it's
that's
because they can't control it, then they're not capable of controlling themselves. Self-control, which means
LOL.
they
So
are
here's the
capable.
thing.
No, understand that. Think about it.
So
Think
it's
about
not
it.
about, okay, here's the thing. It's not about, I hear what you're saying. It's not a matter of self-control. It's a matter of like you have to be able to be aware of your surroundings, right? So if you and you have to have the common sense, like, okay, if I wear this kind of skimpy outfit going to a family or like
Thank you,
an
Inspector.
area where you're kind of like not dressed appropriately, you're going to be looked at and it's not going to be a good look. It's going to be a look of disgust. And people will talk about you in a very bad way. And that's what, the host is saying. It's kind of a dysfunction and you're perpetuating it by keep wearing the same clothing and expecting a different reality when the reality is never going to change unless you change your behavior.
And I'll be quite frank. They are dysfunctional because they enjoy. See, when a female dresses promiscuously, she's doing it for attention. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's not act like this is an innocent woman that just doesn't know what she's doing. Okay. She chose to wear that skimpy outfit because she wants multiple men, to look at her. And when she sees multiple men looking at her, she wants to pick which man she wants to clap her cheeks. When a female shows her backside, just like Classy said, and I agree for a fact, she knows damn well that man is going to look at her backside and she wants to show that man her backside and say, this is what I'm going to look like in the bedroom. That's what she's doing. When a female shows her nyash, she wants men to visualize her nyash in the bedroom. She did that before even he did. She planned it in her bedroom. She took a look in the mirror. Okay, how does it look? Is it too much? Is it too little? She planned it. It's a process, okay? And we know that as women, it's a process. Women take their time, okay? Women take their time with how they want to look, how much they want men to see, and what they don't want men to see. Some women will hide their chest, but they will show their behind. Some women will hide their behind and show their chest. It's strategic. Women are very, very accurate. I don't think, I'm sure men understand this, but women plan everything.
Yes, they do.
They
Because
plan
what's that?
even the lip liners. They do that because they want you to see their lips, how big it is, how lumptious it is. They put the eyelashes because they want to give you the smexy eyes. They want to, makeup is very flirtatious.
Yep,
Okay,
it's always
it's
been.
very, very flirtatious. They want to flirt with you without speaking. So it has everything to do with her first, because she planned from head to toe how lustful she wants to appeal to men, how much sex appeal she wants to appeal to men. So it starts with her before anybody else outside that house.
And
Right.
Remedy,
I
can I
don't mind.
add something to your point?
Yeah.
And I know all you ladies have heard this before. I know you've heard your female friends put on a pair of jeans and got in the mirror and said, "Do you think my bum looks fat in these jeans?" We've all heard that before. It was said a lot.
That's just how a man thinks. I just wanted to go on to be
It's not how a man thinks. That's how women think. No, okay. See, I don't
no,
like
that's
it. I don't like how you're
Remedy?
being disingenuous. That's how
Remedy?
women think. That's how females think.
Okay,
Cut
can
the
I-
crap. That's
can
not
I
how men
ask to
think.
be a lady
No, but
something?
wait. That's not how men think. I don't like what you said because you're being disingenuous. That's what I don't like about
Did
females.
you just hear what he just said? Like,
He said, we've all heard a female say, does my butt look big in these jeans to her friends? That's what women do. You see it all the time. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you lying?
It's quite irrelevant to what I wanted to, address.
No,
because I see what's up.
I'm responding to what you said. You said that's how all
Got
men think.
you.
But that's not how men think when females are the ones asking their friends, how does my
Okay.
butt look in these jeans?
I can see you're angry.
No,
I
I'm not
understand.
angry. I'm not angry. You're just being disingenuous. And I don't like
Remedy, you know
Alright,
what's
I
funny?
disagree.
Remedy, you know what's funny?
I think
You know what's
LOL wanted to
really
ask a
funny?
question.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I
I meant to
apologize.
ask you a question. I keep interrupting. I
Sure.
can see what you were trying to do. You said something about, if a lady dressed a certain way, they would look at her bad. There is a difference between
Yeah.
judgment and sexualization. So when you say bad, you mean, like, for
So
example, somebody going to a like a party or something and not dressing on an occasion. Of course, they're going to judge in a bad way, but that's not the same way as sexualization.
So a lot of women do not dress properly for certain occasions, and there have been a lot of like, if you are on the internet, there's been a lot of women, especially BLK women, who dress inappropriately in in very proper settings, and they're behaving in a very bad manner. As far as twerking on the table or like screaming out loud or just doing things that's just inappropriate. And so that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like if you're going to a bar, like I don't think anyone cares what you're wearing, but you just have to know how to dress in specific environments. So that's what I'm just
I'm
alluding to.
confused because
That's a great
you're
point.
talking about
No, that's
actions. You're talking about
yeah.
actions, not dress. So
So dressing is a part of the action. So what you put on is a part of it. It's an action. You're doing something. It's an action.
I think that can separate from what you're doing. You can be in a modest dress and do the same thing, and they can have a completely bad judgment on it.
What do you mean the same
I,
thing, like twerking on the table? If you're in
Yeah,
a
for
modest
real.
dress, you're
yeah,
not
you
doing
can do
that.
that in anything, and they can look
I
at
would
you.
hope you're not doing that. If you're doing that in
Thank
a
you.
modest dress, you should not be wearing that modest dress.
No, no,
Thank you
no.
to be a lady. Thank you
Yeah,
very
that's
much.
No,
inappropriate.
no, but if she had a big nass, right? Right? We're
Mm-hmm.
going back to classy, right? Because that's
Yeah.
what y'all like, right?
There's this. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
seen her, right? I don't know if you've.
Remini, can I? Oh, I'm sorry, Rem. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to say this quick. I don't know if anyone's seen her, but she's also BLK, and she lives in Asia, I think China, and she's BLK, and she has a big nyash. Okay, she's very curvaceous. She's a little bit up in size as well, but she dresses very modestly, very, very,
I
very
love
modestly.
that. I love that.
And no one actually, you can't really see her size. And there was one video where you could see her size a bit. One of her friends said, "Oh, I want to dress you up very sexually, right? So they can see her size." She posted it, and everyone in the comments was like, "Why are you hiding it? Why don't you show it? Oh, I didn't know what I was missing." And it was all the girls, by the way. It was all the girl fans. So when you talk about the size and dressing modestly, you need to understand there are other women in other nations who also have curves as well. Okay? There are Indians who have curves, okay? They're not all skinny. There are Asians out there who have curves. I think you females think you're the only one with big nyash. But you know the difference is? They're not out there showing it to us. That's the actual real difference.
You're talking about
That is
Asia.
no. We're talking. This is the internet, all right? This is the internet. We're in 2026. Everyone is posting everything. People are
You said in
posting.
Western
People are
society.
posting their own pitneys. Okay. Everyone is posting everything. They're posting their house. They're posting every day of their life. They're posting their breakfast. They're posting everything. So these other nations, they can post their nyash just as much as BLK Fefails do, but they choose not to. So to UK, you're confused. You're thinking, well, how does a woman with big nyash hide it? How does a woman with big nyash dress modestly? It's foreign in the BLK community, that's why. But it's not foreign to other nations. Because you Fefails are not the only ones with big nyash. You Fefails are not the only one who are busty. You're not the only ones that are curvaceous. Okay? There are whitey women who are curvaceous. There are Asian women that are curvaceous in all these other countries. There are Middle Eastern women that are curvaceous. There are Arabic women that are curvaceous.
And I think that's a tradition.
No, it's not about
Anyway,
tradition. No, this
it
is what
is.
you. No, no, no. It's not about
Culture,
tradition. No, no, no,
tradition,
no, no,
societal norms play a
no, no,
part.
no, no, no. It's not about. It's not about that. It's not
How could
about
you say
that.
no? How?
Because
How could you say no?
even in Western society, you don't see them act like that.
No, you don't.
So it's
We
nothing to
don't
do.
think.
It's nothing to do with all their culture and all these things. They can, when you are in Western society, you can do whatever you want, and trust and believe no one can stop them, not even their parents.
Yeah, we don't think men are like hello exploiting
Here
them and
she
beating
go
on them. So
again.
they're
What does this
thinking, no,
have to do
I
with
don't want to hear
men?
that because that's what's happening.
How
That's why
are
they're
men
not acting the
exploiting
way they
them? How are
do.
men exploiting
Clearly,
them? No
they're
one's
pressured.
exploiting anyone. No, no. We're not in the
Have
1950s
fun. Think
anymore.
about that.
We're not in the 1950s anymore, okay? Feminism has happened. You can do
Yes, it
whatever you want
has.
with your body. What are you talking about?
Yeah, in
Yep.
the Western society, what
Yes,
about the
that's the
other
point.
tricks?
But that's the point. Is like even in Western society, they don't show themselves that way. So it's foreign to you. It's foreign to you to see an Asian woman with big nyash. But she exists. But she's not showing it off like a BLK Fefail is. See, every time you see a BLK Fefail, she has to show her asset, which is her backside. She has to take a picture. She has to do something with it. She wants everyone to see it. How many Asians are in the US and the UK and they have a curvaceous body, but you probably walk past them and don't even notice them? I'll be honest with you, you probably walk past those women every single day and don't even notice them. That's how modestly they dress. You wouldn't even know she has a body.
And remnant. And if you do see an Asian female with that and she's twerking, I guarantee you she was raised around black people. I've seen that
What?
too.
Oh,
She was
No,
raised.
oh,
She
no,
was raised around
he's
the. I'm
right.
telling
He's
the
right.
no.
truth. I am
It's
telling the
true,
truth.
LOL. Sadly, it's
Oh,
true.
oh, oh. And we don't think it's social media. That is such a
Well,
shame.
social media, so here's
It
the
has
thing.
everything to
Social
do with
media has a lot of BLK women, unfortunately, twerking everywhere. I mean, we're not very we're not behaved very properly. So, we have a very ratchet kind of behavior in a sense. So when you see other races of women doing that, they're, watching for the most part BLK women.
Copulating.
Yeah, they're
Clearly,
copying.
if we knew how things work, they're trying to make black women look, BLK women look bad. I
So no
wish
one
I would
no one can
No,
make you
understand that.
look
no.
no here's the thing. No one can make anyone look bad. You have to do it yourself. It's free will. Like we live in a free country. It's free will. No one is forcing us to do and behave the way we're behaving. It's up to us to say, nope, I'm not doing that. Like I don't do certain things that I see on the internet. I just don't do it because it's not who I am. It's not how I was raised. So it's just not my thing. So you have to say, no, I'm not doing that. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what the man thinks. I don't
Thank,
care.
thank you to
Just
be a
you have
lady.
to be a leader. You have to be a leader and not
To
a
be a,
follower.
to be a lady, I listen to a whole lot of rap music. Not one time that I harmed anybody. And I don't
Yeah.
dress I don't dress in a Pooh Shiesty mask. I don't dress like that at
Exactly.
all.
Exactly.
Okay, well, that's stupidity and lack of
That's not stupidity.
education.
That's
That's
called
stupidity.
intelligence. That's
Ignorance,
Wow.
intelligence.
intelligence.
So yeah, that can be. That's a
That's
part of that too.
intelligence.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's a
Being
part
a
of that too.
leader and saying, no, I'm not doing bad behavior, that's actually intelligence.
It's also about guidance too, by the way.
No, I understand. And that's what I said when I first came on. I said guidance is a key. And that's why I started my business to help the younger generation, to help guide them. I definitely understand what you're saying. But at the same time, you are an adult, I'm an adult. Like the girls that I teach are in elementary school. They're not in college. So it's like we're all adults. Like we have to hold ourselves accountable, at the end of the day. So it's one of those things where I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, like at some point you have to guide yourself and make your own decisions. That's just the way the world, just
What
how
if
the
you
world
don't have the
operates.
intelligence to guide yourself? What about
Well,
the
I can
kids that
teach
you didn't
you.
get the chance to?
Follow me and I can teach you. I can
There
help
you
you.
go. There you go.
All right.
I can help
I
you.
will be following you. So you are a BOK.
Yeah, I'll follow you back. Yeah, I can help you.
And you know that's very empowering when a person says, "Who can I go to get help?" and somebody says, "I can help you." Is
Yeah,
what that's doing something good versus a person that chooses not to get help.
yeah. No, and that's why I was talking to LOL because I can tell she's the kind of I mean I like women like her because she is open-minded, but she's also has, probably been raised in a certain, certain way, but she's open.
Thank
So
you,
that's
life in the
always
pop.
that's
Sorry.
always good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that I appreciate that. That's why, like I said, I can agree to them to an extent. I did have a single mom. She was very
Mm-hmm.
harmful to me, and I'm worried for my sister because she got her, and she's still doing the same repetitive harmful behaviors, which is choosing mentally weak men that I dislike.
And
Yeah,
And
LOL,
and
we caught that. We didn't say anything about your personal life, but we kind of can hear it in your voice. That's
yeah,
why I kept
yeah.
saying. That's why I kept asking. I'm like, it's something in you that sound defeatist. I don't know what it is, but it just sounds so defeatist because you kept saying, man, 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 man. I'm like, something happened.
I'll be
and I
honest.
think
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I told LOL
mhm,
yesterday
yeah.
about that. I told her straight up. Well, this is what usually happens in a single mom household. Just so you
Mm-hmm.
guys know, I was very blunt about it.
And
Mm-hmm.
LOL,
Yeah,
and
and
LOL,
I told her I agreed, and I said I'm gonna keep saying it to an extent. I agree. Yeah.
and
And
LOL. Regard.
it's
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh, sorry. I just wanted to chime in. I feel like it's a big majority of single mothers that are going through similar situations, and they're putting their children at risk. And, and the reason I say that is because I truly believe that it starts with the woman, right? And the reason I say that is because I feel as though we have a bigger responsibility given the fact that we give birth. So, whom we lay with and who we give access to absolutely matters. And that message is just completely going over women's head today. So, if you could just even see that little piece, that and be able to acknowledge that means something for sure.
Okay. Well, yeah. There's more things I want to say before I hop off, but what I'm seeing from single mothers is that since they're struggling, they often project a lot on their child. So when they do that, they often look as their children as a future investment. I've done all these things for you when I was struggling, so you owe me in the future. That's the type of common mindset that I think single mothers may have. That's how I look at it. Now I'm 19, I'm still young, I still got a lot of resentment and a lot of things to work on. I'll admit that.
No, no, and that's okay. LOL, let me say this. What you just said, and I'm not saying you're saying this, I'm just going off the words that you just said. When mothers tell their kids that they owe them, that's bad. No, it's the mother that owed their kid to become a productive member of society and help them become the best lady they can be.
I agree. Absolutely. That's what I agree with.
All right
But
then.
So here's the thing. So LOL, it all comes from like you have to firstly build your self-confidence. That's the first thing you have to do. You and your sister, so that way you don't, pick the wrong men. Because I think picking the wrong men comes from, a lack of confidence, and all you have to do is just build it. It doesn't take much. Just build your confidence, and you'll be fine. It's not the end of the world. You're fine. You know?
yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I be careful to like what type of, you know,
Mm-hmm.
judgment I receive when it comes to my situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still thinking it through, but
And
yeah,
that's okay. That's
And
okay.
it's
Think it
life.
through.
Life
Take
is
your
a journey,
time.
baby. Life is
Yeah.
a journey. Take all the time you need. As long as you have breath in your lungs, you got all the time to correct anything you want to. But it starts with you.
yeah, yeah. And what y'all were talking about, like, I would never. I'm learning from my mom that to never choose men like this. This is why I value
my virginity so much. I think it's higher than that, and I have a
Yes.
higher purpose. And
And I
so,
applaud you for that. That's very, very important.
Absolutely. And let
Mm-hmm.
me tell you something, dear. Let me tell you something. When we was talking earlier, when we were all talking earlier about single mothers, and I keep trying to tell women this is really important why you choose a man to marry you or be with you, because they are the easiest targets for bad men. They are.
right.
And the sad part about that is children get mixed up into that problem because of the mothers. And so I want you and your sister to get help, get well, do the best you can for yourselves, because you know what? Yes, you do deserve things that you want in your life to be right. Yes, that's a choice. And you better make for dang sure that anybody that comes across your life do not feed you any negativity, and you don't have to accept it if you don't want to.
All right, people. Then I am going to be locking off the live. I do last thoughts towards the end. I want to thank every single one of you. Thank you to everyone on YouTube, and thank you to everyone on TikTok. So yeah, last thoughts. We can who's this? Is Boy Wonder? Oh, we do last. Okay, so we can start off with To Be a Lady, Inspector Magic, Classy, NNK, and I'll be honest, I'm glad that you're connecting with To Be a Lady. She definitely I've had her on my panel before, and she's quite consistent. She's consistent in what she says, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I
Thank,
respect this is awesome.
thank
Yeah,
you.
go ahead To Be a Lady. Last thoughts, please.
So and I thank you so much for having me. And I want to say this was a very, very good live. I've been on a few lives because I want to start doing my own lives, and I'm taking notes on what I have to teach younger Black women to help them become better women in the future. And so I really, really thank you for having me. This topic was really necessary, and as you can see, LOL, she clearly was crying inside and she just needed someone to guide her and help her and nurture her. So I really appreciate connecting with her on this panel, as well as you, the host, as well as Classy and the other young lady as well. And I think that it's really good for us to tackle the most important things in our community, which is being dysfunction. And we have to flip it around so where we're not so dysfunctional. And I think that a lot of us are so unaware of our dysfunction that we just continually do things expecting different results. And we don't understand that sometimes we can be the problem. And so, when you have a problem, you have to fix it from the root, from the stem. So that's my goal, is to fix our problem from the root, and build a better foundation for our community. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Inspector Magic?
Yes, much love to Rems, much love to Boy Wonder and the rest of the panelists. It was a great live today. If this is your first time tuning in, this live is one of the realest lives here on TikTok. Let me tell you, I've been on this app for quite some time. I've seen a lot of hosts, and Remnant stays true to what she speaks. She never switches up, and it's just beautiful to watch her in all her glory, reach other women and bring women together in a way that they need to be brought together. So thank you for that, Rems, and thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you, Inspector Magic. Appreciate you. You're also very consistent, and it's always good to have you here and, challenge these Fefails as well. So thank you. Thank you for your time here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Classy.
Well, first of all, I would also like to thank Remnant. She's always been a blessing, and always thank you for allowing me for coming on your show and express my opinions on certain issues. But what I would like to say to the women is that, hey, you have control. Even if as men we are biologically wired to be like that towards women, because we have about 85 billion cells in our body to produce, and we have to get it out. And it doesn't mean that you have to accept our advances, but at the same time, you control your reality. You do, nobody else. All right, y'all have a good one.
Thank you,
Right.
Classy. Thank you. Go.
Okay.
Always good to have you. Go ahead, LOL. Last thoughts.
Not to really make it about me. It was something I was gonna mention before. I didn't know you were gonna close the live right away. Um, you did give me a lot of things to think about. I'll definitely be thinking about that tonight. Maybe taking notes, maybe doing research. Not maybe, probably. But yeah, no, it was a good convo. You know, I can respect you for having, a lot of self-control that I probably don't got, low-key. It's impressive. Um, for Inspector and the rest, I can appreciate y'all giving me the space and the time to really think out my answers, even if we don't come to an agreement. That means a lot to me. And also, I can also say for Princess, I can agree with you on some marriage points. The only time I would marry a man if they were a virgin with me. That is the only thing. That's all I'm gonna say, right? But yeah, that's all I want to say. I might come on here, maybe come up with different arguments, but I learn something new every day. So, yeah, just thanks
All
for
right.
everything.
Well, thank you, Kay, for coming up. And yeah, to be a lady, clearly is willing to help you and talk to you about womanhood. So, whatever you want to do with that is up to you. You are 19 years old, so take advantage of the people, not take advantage of people that are there to help you, but when there's help, it depends how you want to use it. So it's up to you, the choices that you make. No one can force you to help yourself, but it is there. So, but yeah, Boy Wonder.
Yes, 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 yes. To the people, them, to the people, them. Big, big shout out to Inspector Magic. It is a true honor to have her come on the panel and share her wisdom and give us her perspective from where she's coming at in life. Truly, truly valued, truly valued. I don't care what anyone has to say. It is truly valued. And I want to say thank you so much for your blessing. And PA, same for PA Narratives down there in the chat. Blessings to you, sis, with where you're at right now. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. True blessing. Thank you to Classy Perspective as well. Salute to you, brother. Always appreciate your perspective as well. You're quite consistent in the way you present yourself. I'm becoming more familiar with. So that's good. You're welcome to come and, join up the panel as Remnant wishes to allow you around. And to LOL, salute to you. To Be a Lady, salute to you. We need more people in the community to be productive, right? Everyone, I think, is going to follow the calling differently to that they are called to do. And I think that, I used to listen to a man named Miles Monroe, who's unalived, sadly to say, is a preacher with his family. He unalived with his family. And one thing he used to say was, in the BLK community, all of our riches are in the grave because there's so many of us that haven't developed and let those blessings come out of us to bless the community. And I believe that. So this is why I hail up people that step forward and, offer the best that they have, whatever it is. You get what I'm saying. So big salute to you all. I think that, like, when it comes to my last thoughts on this prompt, yeah, it's a problem. Honestly, Remnant, she's gonna talk about women and she'll say some things about men, but I will be keep it a bean. A lot of BLK men are glorifying dysfunction as well. Like, I'll just be honest. There's men like Nick Cannon, Cam Newton, P Diddy, NLE Chopper, all of these degenerates, right? But within context, I agree with what Remnant says. The rates are different, and that's another thing. But yeah, man, it's good to see all of you people. May God bless you all. Till next time.
Yes, thank you, boy. Wanna thank you. And my last thoughts, BLK, Fefails, glorify dysfunction. I'm sure you all know that I completely agree with the prompt, excuse me. It's like 5 a.m. here. I completely agree with the prompt, and I'm always wanting to talk to women and Fefails and just try to dismantle this illogical mindset and see where everyone's headspace is at and what do they have to say about it, because a lot of times no one's actually talking about this. A lot of BLK females find it easier to just put everything under the rug, but I kind of like to strip the rug apart and actually say, this is what's happening, take a good look at it, what do you have to say about it, and then from there see how it goes. So yeah, I want to thank every single one of you. Thank you everyone on YouTube once again. Thank you everyone on TikTok. Thank you to my supporters. Thank you to the moderators on YouTube as well. Shout out to Miss Sweets and shout out to Inspector. Shout out to PA Narratives. I see you. It's always good to have you. And shout out to the panelists as well. To Be a Lady, LOL, and Classy Perspective. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will be back live Monday. Unless I spontaneously am live on a weekend. But Monday is a definite. I will be live on Monday around the same time. And yeah, have a good day. Have a good night. Have a lovely weekend. And yeah, enjoy. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Bye.